hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer, if he was normal and not straight.
Invaluable pawn, so let the merge begin. Now that the spiders are gone, with the core in my hands, reality shall collapse, and my eternal reign will stretch beyond divine grasp. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you know that's for me now.
You use it in Holland. Provide the stage, so fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you know that's for me now. I'll let you live on the entertaining God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you know that's for me now. I'll let you live for the entertaining God of all creation, God of your creation now. Pasta and yogurt, it tastes like heaven. And wheat and pasta and it.
Alright, let's start it there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to stepping. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beat. How the same go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to stepping. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? the careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to 7. Where was that? Bravado. You had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And I can't take that model seriously. I can't take that seriously whatsoever. I'm telling you right now. Oh,
yeah,
shit, don't start.
I mean,
Sorry, it was starting way too early. Oh, the video unpausing me. Anyway, let me start over. Hello, chat. Welcome. Tonight is a very funny night, in my personal opinion. Nyara made a video about me. My assumption is it's reacting to a video that I had previously made. And I was thinking about just watching it. But then I started getting people telling me that this felt like a very massive concern troll. Are you familiar, by the way, Celeste, with concern trolling? Have you ever heard of that before?
concern trolling, like a targeted attempt at trolling?
No, so concern trolling is what happens when people come to you and they're like, it's either in comments or in other people making videos about you, and it's just like, hey, you know, I'm really worried about you. I really think that like you're going off the deep end. I really think that like you're struggling right now. Maybe you want to reach out for help. It's basically all the shit that's going on with Ethan Klein right now, where they're all concerned trolling him just a little bit when it comes to all the shit he's going through.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I was told that this, because I've had people watch it for me, because I wanted to know what it was about. And people are just like, I had a mixture. I had people tell me don't watch it because if you watch it, it's you might not enjoy it. I had some people say that I need to watch it so that I can roast the fuck out of Nyara. And I don't know. It's been kind of mixed in between, basically. But I figured what we would do is I brought the most bigoted Christian woman on the internet, according to some people, to watch this video with me, and we would react to it. And in addition to that, chat, in order to make sure that my straightness isn't misconstrued, because during this video, I've been told that Nyara is like trying to convince me that I allegedly just need to like wake up, that my secret egg is like needing to that like they need to push me to crack, essentially. And so what I have decided to do in order to prove my my hyper male, my attraction to,
you're a Sigma male.
Yes.
That's fine. I'll call you a Sigma male.
In order to prove my Sigma male mindset, I have decided for all of you, all right, I've decided for all of you that while we are reacting to this video and I am giving my comments and critique, I'm going to be playing one of the most male focused video games that currently exists, which is Stellar Blade.
Goodness gracious.
It's it's like Chris Chan. When Chris Chan tried to prove how much he was straight by showing off all of the female singers that he loved to listen to.
That is just sheesh. Well, here we go.
Yeah. So
excited.
yeah, me too. Me too.
What is that thing next to you? I just exist to laugh. Yes.
You do. Let me reset the dashboard on Streamlabs because if I don't, it's going to not work. Thank you for the 5, by the way, chat. I very much appreciate it. Let me see if I can get it to replay. Hey, Jesus Christ, what is that? I mean, hi.
Hello, chat. I am Christian, apparently bigot, homophobe, transphobe, Islamophobe, and I like watching people laugh at each other, I guess.
Yes.
That's why I'm here. Oh my goodness, this is great. I love how your chat's reacting to this model. I guess it was a good call.
It was. Oh goodness! In my opinion, egg cracking is proof that trans is a social construct. I don't know. I do think that there are some people that suffer from it as a mental illness, and they've got to work through it in their own special ways, and all of that really does involve lots of therapy and going through it through there. But like, I feel like what I'm gonna see with Nyara is a lot of saying, oh, you sound just like me, maybe you should do this. And I think that what spurred that on is during one of my videos where I talked about them, I specifically mentioned laying in bed and having struggles with God. And I know that people told me that's like a big thing that he tries to use. What people don't understand, and maybe I could have been more descriptive with this, and this is part of the reason why I brought you along. When I say I lay in bed and sometimes have a struggle with God, what I mean... Oh, hold on a moment. I am going to... Here, I need to turn on the thing so you can hear my text-to-speech as well. I don't... just so that you don't get cut off by it.
But should be funny. Who is the other person?
Who's the other person? But anyway, when I say I have a struggle with God, that's really just Satan. Even though I feel like I've overcome a lot of the issues I had when I was a child, Satan still tries to tempt you every single day of your life. That's not something that just goes away once therapy is over. I don't. Yeah. I don't think that just because I went to therapy and I figured out that I'm happy staying the way I am, minus some personal body improvements that I'm going to make with working out. My personal opinion is Satan is still going to tempt me for the rest of my life. And so that, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have said that because now Nyara's convinced that I am somehow still in the closet.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's the thing, and kind of if you don't mind me adding on, I don't necessarily have this problem, but I've hated myself for like a long time for different reasons, and that's something that the enemy like uses against you, or Satan, right, and his minions to kind of keep you in this box of fear so that you don't like move forward in life. So yeah. I definitely agree. You keep getting tempted. I mean, even in other things too, right? Like sexual things.
Yes.
A lot of Christians struggle with that. So, this is just another struggle. Not trying to underplay it, of course. It's another struggle, yeah.
No, yeah, 100%. And again, like I said, every human being is different. Everybody has different temptations. I believe my lifelong temptation is going to have some sort of root in basically the struggles that I had as a child. It's unfortunate that Nyara thinks that because I still have those struggles that is secretly like me on the inside screaming out for help. But I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to like disarm that argument right now. That's not what it is. All right. It's literally just temptation.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, everybody goes through it. So I don't know why he's like coming after you and trying to make it seem like it's not. Kind of projecting a little bit, I would say. I would say
it's probably a lot of projection. But anyway, without any further ado, what we're going to do here is I am going to pause the music and I am going to turn on the video, and we're just gonna go. And like I said, chat, Stellar Blade is gonna be in the background just for you.
I can't take it seriously.
Well, here's the thing. It's something where I'm trying to disarm a little bit of seriousness because I know I'm going to get pissed off. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to disarm me getting pissed off as much as possible, just because I know that there really is no easy way to say this. I feel like Satan is trying to poke my buttons by using another individual, and that is something that happens too. So
Yeah, and that's another. And Nyara needs to be freed from his own like internal battle as well. So,
so
I'm trying to hold my tongue too.
no, you're good. You're good. The irony is, concern trolling is a form of brainwashing. It is, because they're trying, sometimes it's gaslighting, and sometimes it is just like plain out, they're trying to convince you of something that isn't necessarily true, or most of the time isn't true at all.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Oh, are you going to be sharing on Discord, like, while you're watching the video?
I can. Let me see if I can do it, because it is a pop-out with... is Discord not going to work? It might not.
Oh?
Hold on. Let me change the resolution down to 720. That might help it out just a little bit.
Man, your toaster's about to get toasted.
No, it should be fine. Okay, unfortunately, because it is a pop out on Opera, I have to share the entire screen. So you'll get to watch the gameplay as well.
Excellent. This is what I signed up for.
Wolfsbane discovered mom has milk.
Why is it that the first thing I hear is, oh my gosh, she has milk?
Okay.
It scares me. The heavy. Also.
Okay, I should explain that one.
Consideration.
So there's this creator that was playing Resident Evil Village.
Oh.
And when he first met Lady Dimitrescu,
Of course. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised?
like the whole thing is like, oh my gosh, she's got milkers, she can stab me or some shit like that.
Well, no comment.
That's fair. Here, I'm gonna turn that one off specifically just for this stream.
Oh, that's a redeem? Hey, yeah.
It's a super chat redeem. So when you super chat me, that's one that you can do.
That's hilarious.
I'll turn that one off.
I was like, wait, is Akko like already listening to something? Did I miss the memo? Do I gotta turn something else on, bro? Maybe my brain needs to turn on. That might be a good one.
No, you're good. Yeah, that's a super chat redeem. So it's like if you donate more than $5, you're gonna get Mr. Mediker screaming, "Oh my gosh, she's got milkers."
Someone said you need a bigger closet. That's wild. Maybe he needs to downsize to shoe box.
Possible.
That might work.
Possible. But yeah, so we are going to have this on in the background chat. If I need to blow up the video for any specific reason, I will. Here, we'll do it for probably like the first 30 seconds to a minute. I have skipped past the intro because the entire intro, I did watch the intro, which is like 30 seconds of him basically like saying, "Oh my gosh, you are exactly like me," and it's just like, I
don't know about that.
What's funny is like after I watched the intro, I was like, okay, this has to be on a different day because I'm gonna spend 3 hours like going through this.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh boy.
Are you ready?
I don't know if that's a good question, but we'll pretend that I'm ready.
All right, sounds good. Chat says they can't take you seriously. That's perfectly fine, chat.
That's excellent. Good. We don't want Akko blowing a fuse.
All right, oh goodness. Also, here's something funny that I learned the other day. Did you know that Nyara is making a website for trans stories to be told?
Oh my goodness. Well,
yeah.
You think we'll be there as like the most bigoted? Well, like you're in the closet and I'm just bigoted.
No,
is that where we're going?
I think that what they're gonna do is just like have trans people tell their stories, but they're gonna vet them. Like they're not just gonna let anybody tell their stories.
Yeah.
which I'm going to be honest, that is kind of a smart thing to do, because when you just let anybody submit stories, you're going to get a ton of trolls.
Yeah, the trolls and everything. You don't want. I mean, it could be a good thing, but I would say that if it's managed improperly, like, you know, they don't do like real vetting, then that's definitely going to be a problem. But
yeah. Yep.
I mean, it is what it is.
Indeed.
I mean, if it helps people get their stories out, it might help create some level of sympathy, I suppose.
Yeah, probably. All right, chat. Let's get this started. Feed me. All right, chat. We're going to feed today. This is 47 minutes, by the way.
And find immersion in the story almost exclusively with female non-binary femboy characters.
By the way, this video is called being forced to suppress your trans identity.
Oh my goodness, who's forcing you, Akko? Tell me, who has you at gunpoint? Goodness gracious.
I mean, I wouldn't say you're weird. I would say that maybe you're not cis. Do you relate with non-binary, with like femboy and female characters because you want to do more feminine things?
By the way, I hate this argument where people are just like, oh, do you relate to female characters in video games? It's like, probably because I like women. I like girls.
I mean, people also make the gender expression argument too, no? Like, you don't...
Yeah. I thought I turned that off. I'm sorry.
Willing to bet Nyara won't allow Blair White or Buck Angel to give their stories of transitioning.
Oh, Blair White gets in there. That would be interesting, honestly.
It would be. I think I turned it off now. Okay. I hit save. But no, yeah. Yeah, like legitimately, chat. Do you like playing female characters? You might be trans on the inside. But that's only if you're a man.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's just like when women, because here's the funny thing. When I know some women that when they play video games, they will exclusively play men because they're into men. And it's like a vice versa thing. That, like, it's just like when I was a young kid, it's like I like playing male characters because like I imagine myself as the dude. But you know, when you grow up and you start to like develop feelings for the opposite sex, it's just like,
yeah.
Well, I kind of like girls, so.
I mean, and sometimes like the customization is like most times better for like women, I would say. Like there's more options and things like that. Like with guys, it's like kind of cookie cutter in a way.
I will say, Final Fantasy 14 is pretty good character customization for men and women. They let they let the men wear the 2B outfit. It doesn't look good. I did not make it
that far. And yeah, I can imagine it doesn't look very good. Look, probably all stretched out and everything. The abs, the muscles. I don't know. You know, I didn't want to think about that tonight, but I guess I'm thinking about it tonight now.
I want you to imagine a male Hrothgar running around with the 2B outfit.
No, please, no more. Okay, no more.
All right,
I've been traumatized and we're only like 30 seconds in. Come on, Akko.
It's not even by the trans person. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. Now I'm gonna have nightmares. I'll blame you tomorrow when I wake up
All
at
right.
like 5 a.m.
Sounds good. All right, let's continue.
Maybe I just like feminine people. Who knows? Like, if you immerse yourself, do you want to look like that? Do you want to dress like that? What does it mean?
Maybe I just like looking at it.
Can you like relate to that? Do you feel envious? Like, I'm not a therapist. I'm just like.
I will say. Also, this is a logo that he's working on for his brand, where it's like everybody hates this.
And it with an X instead of an I.
Yeah.
Is this where I say Latinx now?
Maybe.
Do I get canceled?
Maybe.
From MommaOcco.
Wolf Spain sent $5 for more hacks.
Thank you for the 5.
We all like girls, Akko, in loving the female form, but don't turn into a Joe Cat.
This is very fair. Don't turn into Joe Cat.
Acts more feminine than a lot
I forgot what the
of
drama was with Joe Cat.
There is no drama. He basically invented it. Because what happened is he made a video called I Like Girls. And like some people made fun of him for it, and he took it to a very huge extreme where people were, where he felt like he was being bullied, and then it kind of just like went down. But like what happens is there were times when he would like come back up and say, "Oh my gosh, I feel so traumatized by this experience," and then there would be people say, "Don't you dare bully our Joe Cat," and then there'd be other people saying, what the fuck is going on here? There is no drama. There's literally just him complaining. And that's kind of what some of his dramas were, basically.
Didn't they like basically chase him off Twitter for that stuff?
Kind of. I think he's mostly on Blue Sky now, although I could be wrong. I could be wrong
Blue
because
Sky.
yeah, I could be wrong though because Blue Sky is dying, and a lot of people who are like, I will never come back to Twitter, and he's one of them, is slowly inching their way back onto Twitter because.
I mean, everyone inches back
Twitter
to Twitter. I mean, Blue Sky
only...
has been exposed for what it really is, so.
Yeah. Pretty much. But yeah, he's just kind of like inching away from Blue Sky because it's probably not going anywhere. Anyway. Fuck, what was I going to say? I completely
His
forgot.
logo?
No, not yeah, this is I was thinking about something else completely different and then I lost it. So we're just going to keep going.
It's because you were looking at my last chromosome in my eyes.
It floated out. It floated out of the eye right as you were blinking.
Yeah.
Trying to maybe guide you into the right direction with this. Also, Nara, I did want to say something. You probably get a decent amount of these messages, but I did want to tell you that I came out as trans femme recently during your break. And I wanted to thank you so much for the informative and affirming videos on your YouTube. Even if a lot of them cover hateful people and events, they still prompt you to share some of your knowledge, which has been really helpful. I'm glad. It means a lot to me that people actually appreciate what I'm doing and that it's like a beneficial, even if I can only get views if there's some drama going on. Relate in the sense of feeling like I can kind of see myself being expressive that way, but I don't think I'd ever be able to dress up feminine, although in my mind, if I imagine dressing up, I don't see myself. Maybe it's
is this a self-admittance that he knows he can't, like, oh man, I don't know if I could live again, like, because I know that I'm not like, I'm not the most manly man, but I'm also not like, I know I'm not like, I don't have like
You're
a lot
not
of
like feminine either.
No,
yeah. Like
no, I'm very wonky.
And I mean, that's the thing, right? Depending on the society that you're in, certain things might be considered more feminine and more masculine as well. Like how you express yourself.
Yeah.
And I would say, like, for me, I don't really like dress very feminine, but, you know I'm not a guy. I'm just more of a tomboy, which
is fine.
I mean, I wonder what Nyara would say, but...
Nyara would say that you probably are a man on the inside.
Yeah, no, thank you. I love being a woman. And I guess, like, if I could, like, interject really quick, the dressing up, the putting on, right, a persona, and I'm not saying every trans person does this, but I've noticed the ones who are more, like, vocal online, it feels like they're wearing like, being a woman as a costume, and being a woman is so much more, and I just think you can't completely... divorce biology from being a woman. Like, that is a crucial part. So when people like do this, I just wonder, like, are we really like a costume? Am I just an outfit for you to wear, or what makes you really think you're a woman, right? But
no, yeah, I agree. I mean, like, that's the thing, and I've talked about this with people before. Is men have a very almost fetishistic way of imagining women, and I listen. I'm a man, so I'm gonna admit I'm not really that much different. But like, when people decide to become trans, you are watching this like version of what they think womanhood is, and try to project it onto themselves, and they almost in a way like try to force other people to be seen to see them like that, and then also try and see they end up like not seeing women the same, because when I see these trans people, and I'm most specifically thinking of onogynophiliacs, because these are the ones that typically are the most
exactly
like it. But when I see these people that push that image out there of themselves, it almost like erases for them.
From MommaOcco.
Internet
I might turn that down when I'm gonna turn that down when while I talk. But like, it almost like erases the true qualities of womanhood to these people in order to replace it to whatever is in their brain of what they want to become. If that makes sense.
Yeah. honestly, and again, people can ultimately do what they want. I always say that, but I think it's very disrespectful to, women who are actually like women, like biologically women. And I don't know, and it's hard because even if I bring that up, a lot of them are like, well, that doesn't matter. Like they dismiss that very reasonable point.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, it's just like, do you really care about being a woman, or are you here to satisfy like your ego and what you think it is? Because I'll never be as good as a man in a lot of things, and vice versa. They'll never be good as me in other regards. So, why can't we just work together? But I feel like when you're more in the middle and more reasonable, if it doesn't bring in the clicks, it doesn't really matter. They'll just like dismiss your opinion, even though most people probably are, somewhere in the middle, to be honest.
Yeah, no, yeah. And it's just like, I've talked about this many times, but I know that there is and when I talk about trans people, I'm not talking about the AGPs. I am talking about actually there are people with mental illnesses, and these are very, 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 very small groups of people. And I know, like, not on the internet, but IRL, I know somebody that, and I think we talked about this, that has, unfortunately, a little bit of both sexes, that they were born, like, with just a little bit broken.
Klinefelter syndrome, right? Yeah.
It's Klinefelter syndrome or true intersex, a mixture of both, basically. And the only answer for them is to do exactly what all these AGP people want, and that is to take hormone replacement therapy, because that is how they normalize their life. And typically for them, it is the exact same surgeries that these people are begging for, because that's how these people that have this condition normalize their life to where they can be with the rest of society and not have to worry about their health complications, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's just like, they exist. It's such a very small number.
It's a small number that it's not like really talked about that often, I would assume. Or people will say that that's the majority, when in reality it's probably just people who are like, they're cis and they want to like they want to transition into the other side and make it like that's their case, and it's really not. And I actually learned a little bit from my chat recently. I forgot the guy. It was like something money, like how the transition started, and the two people who were like supposed to be circumcised or whatever, they ended up taking their lives after that surgery, like that malpractice. Yeah. And I didn't even know that. And I'm like, bro, this is so dark. Like, how are people supporting something that started out like as something so evil by this one person? But
if you want, I can give you a very big TLDR on John Money. But like John Money was basically like a guy that posited the theory that the original he is the original gender theorist, basically. Like, he had the idea that like sex was malleable and you could like transition people from one side to the other, basically, with no repercussions or issues. So what he did is he took two twins and he basically transitioned both of them into females. And one of the there was a lot of dark things that he did in between that stage of them being children and adults. A lot of them I really don't feel comfortable talking about.
That it already sounds really awful, to be honest.
Yeah, and what ended up happening is one of them ended up passing away, if I remember correctly. And then the other one figured out what happened, and they attempted to transition back to being a man because they both were boys.
Right?
No, because he, if I remember correctly, that he forced them through surgery. And what ended up happening is the guy found out what happened to him, and bear in mind, again, these were both children. They were forced as children to go through this.
They were forced.
They did not have any consent. They didn't even know they were born as boys, but they did not even know that they were boys. It took basically until one of them grew up to find out that they were mutilated in this way. And he tried to live as a normal guy. He got married to a woman, and I want to say they had kids. It's probably not like the normal way, but they had some form of family.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, his depression was so great that he ended up taking his life. Like, not to yeah.
That's honestly awful. And it's like how can you why are people like still, do they not know this story?
A lot of people know this.
People knew.
A lot of people know
really?
this. Yeah. And they try to hide that fact. A lot of people try and treat John Money way more reverently than he should be because they know.
Disgusting.
Well, yeah, because it's like if they know that if people knew more about his backstory, it would be way more unfavorable to talk about this stuff. He's like a very horrible like piece in transgender ideology. I definitely recommend that I would say look up resources on YouTube. But like there is a lot of information that is twisted and distorted to make him look like a good guy rather than a bad guy. So my personal opinion is if you are looking into that stuff critically, that you look for in multiple different places for it. Because again, he is just a disgusting human individual. A lot of people try and write off what he did as helpful for trans people, and all it really did is he
no, that's disgusting. You basically killed two people.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, that is like again, and I'm probably getting some of the details wrong, but the ones that I know are accurate is he took two boys that were twins that did not start out as women. Yeah. He forced them into that situation, and both of them ended up dead basically. Very early in life.
That is so sad. Oh my goodness. That really breaks my heart. And like, I'm not saying that like, again, people who think like who are part of the community that are terrible people, but like when you learn like the origins of like it's just to me it's so satanic. It's basically like well, I don't know if I can really say this word, but like
grooming is definitely a word I would use.
Yeah,
or
that's child
abuse.
Like almost a child sacrifice too, like in a way. And it's like changed throughout history the way that children are being sacrificed in a way, like their identities like on a spiritual level, and then the other way that I don't know if I can really say the word since we're on YouTube, but it starts with an A.
It starts with an A. You can type it to me.
Yeah, let me, because I just want to be conscious of like YouTube. Let me DM you really quick.
They're not transitions as babies. They were not transitioned as kids. They were transitions as 2-week babies. In my opinion, tomato. Like, yeah, it's it really, like, no way. There's really no way to make it sound better or worse, chat. Like, if I say forced as a kid, like, it's still gross. So, Callum just revealed he is trans. I thought everybody knew that. I was told that, and I thought everybody knew that. That's weird. Maybe that wasn't.
Wait.
Callum is another individual. They're a femboy VTuber that I just covered. It's kind of like that's besides the point, but like, yeah, it's
okay.
I can talk more about that with you later if you're really interested. But that's like femboy wars, and the femboy VTuber stuff is.
I don't know if I want to. I mean, I'm down to listen later, but like,
yeah, not right now.
Definitely don't want to step in that territory.
No, yeah, don't. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it right now. It's beyond the point. But yeah, it's just the whole John Money thing is really gross and very depressing and sad. And it's one of the things that you listen to. And for me, it reinforces the mindset of, oh my gosh, I can't believe I almost stepped into that world. Thank fuck that I had family that looked out for me and thought enough of me to take me to a therapist so that we could figure out what the fuck was wrong with my brain. And we figured out what was wrong. I was going through puberty.
Yeah. welcome to the adult world.
So
yeah, no, I'm glad that you didn't go through it either. I think more times than not when you see people who are going through that, like, there's no way that there are like no negative consequences to disrupting the natural part of like your system of puberty. Like, people look like they're happy on the outside, but I can imagine the amount of pain and stuff that they're going on the inside. And then when they go through like the actual surgeries that are like more physical and kind of mutilate their bodies, I'm just like, I'm unhappy with myself. And not because I'm a woman, but because I don't take care of myself. But like, I don't want to do anything that's harmful to my body, because God made my body, and it's a temple. You got to take care of it. And doing that is just like saying, God, you made a mistake. And, God doesn't make mistakes. And that's why that argument, like, I always hear, like, oh, but God made me this way. And I'm like, why would God go against the natural order that he made? That doesn't make sense.
Well, I think that there's an argument to be made that God doesn't make mistakes, but he gives us challenges. Because it's just like, like I said, there's like people that are born that have deformities and have things that are broken about them. And that's not saying that God, like, intentionally created a mistake with that person. God gave them a challenge to work through in life, and sometimes the working through that challenge is seeing if you can seek medical attention to normalize yourself so that you're at least can lead a life that is mostly normal for yourself. Because like I said, I don't believe in mistakes. I believe in challenges, and I feel like that's a better way to approach it
too.
Yeah,
I would look at it from that angle. And we live in a fallen world because of sin. All these deformities and things that naturally wouldn't have been a thing if Adam and Eve hadn't sinned. We would be pretty much fine. Wouldn't be going through all of this stuff and trying to chemically castrate ourselves to fit something that we're not.
I mean, there's a lot of things that, like, I feel like would be a lot different more than that, but you are correct.
Yeah, well, definitely a lot of things. I could be relaxing in the Garden of Eden right now, eating some fruit or something that was meant for us to eat.
Perhaps. I don't know. God only knows. I do not. But anyway, as somebody asked what AGP is. AGP is onagynephilia. The easiest way to describe it is a male who has a sexual arousement or thought of being a woman, which... Listen, every guy is probably going to think that at some point in their life, because, and that could be for a multitude of reasons. Maybe it's mental illness, or maybe it's just, man, girls are really hot. There's no way to talk about it other than just sometimes men really just like to think about women.
I mean, and I would say, like, on a social level too, I think guys think that women have it easier, and maybe in some ways we do, but I think each sex has its own challenges, and we're supposed to be working together instead of against each other or trying to become each other, because we're not, like, even if you try to change into the other thing, you're not going to be like that good at it. You'll have a bit of a disadvantage no matter how many drugs you pump into your body or whatever augmentations that you decide to do,
But yeah, that is basically what AGP is, for those that don't know. We'll continue now.
Like, it must be nice being that comfortable in your own skin. You know what happened when I learned about femboys and cross-dressing? When I was like 14, I was like, maybe that's me. I can't be a real girl, so I'm just going to settle for a femboy. Let me just go upstairs, raid my mom's wardrobe, and put on a skirt. And then I looked into the mirror, and I didn't see a girl dressing up, femininely. I saw a boy dressing up femininely, and I started crying because it just didn't look right. Not because...
Mostly because, yes, it is not right.
Yeah, it's not right. And it honestly, like, I know you're kind of like at the point where you're done with this particular person, but I would say, like, if Nyara ever like listens to me say this, like, I feel really, really bad for you. I feel like my heart is broken just listening to you talk about your experiences of, like, when you were younger. It just sounds like you were not loved. Like, Akko, you've told me multiple times that your parents, like, early on, they were helping you, and it just sounds like Nyara didn't get that help early on.
No, it sounds like, and I talk about this with my family often, the generation that came before my parents' generation, which is, I'm going to assume the generation that Nyara's parents came from, the generation of my grandparents were very hard on the generation of my parents, and I think a lot of people from that generation looked at how... Oh, I'm gonna turn that down for a moment. I think a lot of those people in that generation looked at how they were treated, and one of two things happened. Either they were extremely soft on people, or they were extremely hard on people like their parents were on them. So like,
yeah.
and then you have people like my parents that were kind of in the middle, because my parents were kind of hard on me. But by the same token, when my mom figured out that I was kind of different, she was like, and since I'm the oldest, she was just, well, I mean, autism is granted kind of different. But like when she figured that out, she figured out that she can't just take a normal approach that her mom did. So, but yeah,
I'm glad she realizes that's good.
It really is unfortunate, and what's funny is I make the comment that maybe Nyara didn't have the best parents. Some people are like, oh, you're just giving them too much good faith, and it's just like, yeah, I'm going to give them as much good faith as possible, because I would expect that is given to me as well. And I can definitely agree that they probably didn't have the best parents. Maybe if they had parents that like actually loved them or took what happened to them seriously, that maybe things would be different, and maybe we wouldn't have the Nyara of today. And sorry, go ahead.
No, I definitely agree with you. Probably a lot of heartache would have been avoided if he had better parents.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's just like I listen to how Nyara talks. I listen to how they conduct themselves, and it's just like you sound exactly the way I know a person that has had rough experiences as a child would go through. Why? How do I know that? Because I have met multiple individuals on the internet that act exactly like that. So it is textbook almost to me, basically. Anyway, let's continue.
Boys can't wear skirts, but because I'm not a boy. And then I never did it again. And then I was like really envious of the girls in my class, because I was like, I want to wear these things, but when I do, it just doesn't look right. I just want to be one of the girls, do the stereotypical girl stuff, but I would be a boy hanging out with girls. I would be a boy doing these things, and that made me shut down. And basically, as a coping mechanism, I started playing MMOs, and also played games like S4 League. I was able to, have a female character and have like all these cool outfits. And I knew that I want to wear this in real life, but I just can't. I just realized that I can't do feminine things because I haven't been blessed with like a more feminine genes. You know, when watching anime, like seeing characters who are male, but they are being confused for being girls. I thought if I'm going to be a femboy, then I have to look like a girl. But it was just, I want to be a girl. I don't want to do feminine things as a boy. So I kind of just gave up. And then I realized...
Can I identify as a millionaire? You can pretend you are, yeah.
And I was like really... mad and like frustrated, because like, how dare they be able to like do all these things that I want to do? They are able to like start HRT and get...
So Nyara's upset at women because they get to do all these things and he doesn't.
I mean, I would have a question. Would he want to be a mother? Would he want to go through a menstrual cycle?
Absolutely not.
It's not because if you want to be, and again, I'm not trying to like be mad at Nyara, but like, I get wanting something that you can't have. Envy, right? Really, it's a hell of a drug almost in a way. But when you sit down and you talk to like an actual woman, I can tell you from experience, like, having started like, maturing at a relatively young age, that stuff was like painful. And
I'm sure,
like let's say it's not going properly, like you have to get on medicine and all this stuff, and your hormones, it's not easy. And then the expectation of becoming a mom, like that pressure, right, while you're young or getting into your mid-20s to like late 20s, would he want that as well? Would he... I mean, being a woman isn't just dressing up. It's, there are expectations, there are gender roles, and if you want one thing, you're gonna have to take on the entire thing. I mean, I guess now in modern times you don't really have to, but that desire to be a mother, and if you wanted to carry a child, like, you're not going to be able to. And of course there are women who are biologically women that aren't able to unfortunately, for whatever the reasons may be. But, that longing to be a mom, that motherly love that only a mom can give, right? Would he be able to give that to a future child? And it's so deep. It goes deeper than just what you wear, what's on the outside. It's also what's on the inside, both like emotionally, spiritually, but, even like your body. God made us the way he made us for a reason. And I don't know, just feels like a costume, and it just hurts. I'm sorry if I'm like dampening the mood, but
no,
like,
you're good. You're good. You're good.
Listen to this, man.
It does kind of like it is a cheapening effect that it starts to sound like where it's just like there's a lot of different coats that come with being any part of the opposite sex. And in some ways it's not really like, I don't know. It's really hard to discuss, in my personal opinion. So
yeah, it's a tough topic. I think someone in your chat said something about the volume. I don't. Are you guys saying it like for me or for the video? Is it the video?
Wait, what?
Someone in chat said the audio of the video is a bit low.
Oh, I'll turn it up, chat. My apologies.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into my own medical issues, but like once you start having problems as a woman, it is not fun. It is definitely not fun, and I'm sure guys have their like own problems and things that they need to worry about, but yeah, we ain't a costume. We got more going on, and I think to like divorce any particular experience from being a woman is just kind of an insult. And again, I don't know, I've never had like gender dysphoria myself. As a child, I was just chilling and playing video games and keeping to myself. I was like a homebody, so I didn't really like go out and interact with a lot of people. So maybe that's why I can't fully understand what Nyara's going through. But I mean, I guess as I got older, maybe a little bit like guys able to follow their career and dreams, and women. Not that we can't, but the expectation's a little different.
I think that I don't think that you have to completely live everybody else's experience to kind of have empathy for them. You can say that you don't understand, but still say that you can empathize with them, if that makes sense. I feel like for me, I probably recognize their situation a little bit differently, or a little bit more similar to them. Because of my childhood. It's just there's a very clear divergent path of life choices that happened, and part of them unfortunately isn't something that he or I could have chosen, if that makes sense.
So
anyway, sometimes as a man you wake up and it's twisted as a pretzel.
Twisted as a pretzel. I've never heard of that in my life until just now. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you wake up as a man and you realize your back doesn't want to work anymore, and it's just like, well, I'm supposed to go to work soon, huh?
Gotta do the heavy lifting again and hope that my back doesn't snap into two.
Yep, pretty much. All right, let's continue.
Get all these changes and stuff, but I can't. It kind of sucked for a while. I was like, okay, I'm 18 now. It's too late for me. There's no point. I'm just going to like cope with that. But every single day I was laying awake and crying myself to sleep because like I just want to wake up as a girl. When I was 22, I was like, I'm not going to make it till 30 like that. I can actually show you something. I don't want to bring like too much attention to this person, but I did have a conversation a while ago with a Vtuber named MommaOcco. They had gender dysphoria and they overcame it. And I want to show you something, like obviously, oh my god, the internet's new perpetual victim.
Oh, you know what? It's kind of fair for them to say this because I did kind of like do the exact same reaction to them, where it's just like, oh my gosh, all they're doing is rage bait. And I have talked about them a few times, more than a few times, I guess I would say.
I mean, it's hard because like, so I think you said that you sort of learned about Nyara because of the Kirsha situation, right?
Yes. Yeah. Do you want me to give you the TLDR for it?
Yeah, okay. Definitely. And I was gonna say I met this guy I came across him in March because I think he responded to like Rev or something. But yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I kind of found them because they were upset that Kirsha was selling gangbusters for their GamerSups deal, and they were trying to like tag GamerSups and saying, why are you hosting this transphobic VTuber? You got to cancel them. And I came onto the scene just like, you can't do that. This is life ruination. This is attempting to take away opportunities from somebody because you don't like what they have said. This is not acceptable in a normal society, and you need to stop. And that didn't really that didn't really like get a conversation flowing. But what did get a conversation flowing is eventually like I had like talked about how I had mentioned on Twitter, and I guess after they had mentioned I had mentioned that they should stop life ruination, they kind of took a notice to me. Because I had mentioned on Twitter, I don't think tagging them, but I had mentioned that I had gender dysphoria as a child. And what's funny is I didn't actually see this until somebody showed it to me, because Twitter didn't show me their posts. Twitter still doesn't show me their posts. So like if Nara mentions me, I legitimately have to...
you have to go to their page,
if I want to. And I'm not really about to do that because I don't do that. I don't really check out people that I'm not interested in unless unless like there's something really interesting that they are doing. I'm not interested in checking out everything that they have to say. So, but like somebody shows me, hey, they asked you for an interview. My manager like saw it first, and he's like, oh, that sounds fun. And I'm like, is this actually something I want to do? Is this really like interesting? And he's like, well, what do you think? I'm like, well, I'm going to pray about it. And then I was like, okay, maybe this could be an interesting bridge the divide kind of gap kind of thing where I have the opportunity to maybe talk with people, maybe like speak. We decided to end up doing it. And then the interview happens, and what happens in the interview happens within the interview. And pretty much after that, like I had decided in my head, I was like, I really don't feel comfortable talking about them, because the more that people talk about Nyara, the more space they're going to grow.
And that's what I was like telling people, you know, and again, I'm not trying to discredit his experience or, you know, say that, you know, they're completely like terrible, unredeemable person. I know some people think that way. You know, if we keep mentioning Nyara, he's gonna get more attention, and that's exactly what happened. Because I know Asmon Gold has been going over the situation, and I think he was laughing. I watched your video, and you had talked about that particular clip, and it's like, again, most people, I can't even tell the percentage of people who don't support Nyara, but it's like, the more attention you bring to it, well, more people are going to come from those spaces to come and support. And it's like, why continue to give him a platform? It's clear that he needs help. And honestly, when I had come across a tweet where he said he wasn't going to be a VTuber anymore, in my head, I'm just like, I think you just need a break from the internet for a little bit, you know, get some healing, get some therapy, and then come back and, you know, be less hateful, because he's definitely on some occasions told me, you know, XYZ, and, you know, trying to come at it from like a Christian perspective, he didn't take well to that, and he was upset. But of course, he didn't make like a whole video about me. I mean, the only thing he really said is that Christianity is like outdated, and, you know, the whole video wasn't even about Christianity. It was about like Christians being Republicans, and I'm like, that's, you know, not even true. Like, you know, Christians try not to make politics as much as they can.
It depends. It really does depend, I think.
Yeah, it does depend for sure. And I don't know. He definitely needs a break from the internet though. Like, bro, I don't know. It's just so much victimizing himself.
Well, what's funny is he's had a break from the internet. He like took a break until the 1st of June. So he like took a break until Pride Month started. But I think that like I think that a break was taken, just not the break that you think he needs, basically. Because like I don't think that you're gonna see that actually happen, where he actually talks to some. Because here's the thing, there are professionals that actually will talk and like diagnose and go through stuff, and then there's professionals, the ones that will say whatever to get you to pay the money, or basically.
Yeah, they'll affirm your delusions and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. So, I'm hesitant to say that people need to like go to professionals, because while I agree that there are some professionals that you can talk to, unfortunately, a lot of them today have been told to basically believe in this dogma, and I don't feel like there is a good place for that to take place, if that makes sense.
I mean, I know where he can go, but he's not gonna like it. He can go to church. He can go meet Jesus. But I know he's not gonna do that, unfortunately. But I'm still praying. I'm gonna be honest, like I might be annoyed with Nyara, but I really am praying for him that someday, you know, I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon, that he just lets it go, and you know, maybe comes to, I think he would find a lot of peace in Christianity, to be honest. It's gonna take some time, of course, but
I think that before you even begin to offer a hand like that, people need to stop being upset with God. And it's one of those things where if you actually think that something like that is possible, you have to let them come to that conclusion themselves. People are not just going to accept that. They have to willingly recognize issues in their life. Because if Nyara doesn't recognize that there's an issue, they're not going to do anything. So, like, I think saying that they need God it's a nice platitude, and I agree that, like, it's one that I think you could say about a lot of people, but it's one of those things where it rings hollow until the individual actually recognizes that that is necessary. So, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but that what I'm trying to say is you can't say that until it is actually applicable for them as an individual.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know for me, like, I didn't want to listen to nobody, just even like a year and a half ago. And it wasn't until something like really bad happened that I'm like, you know, this can't keep going this way in my life. And that's what I'm saying. I know it won't be like anytime soon, but you worded it so much better. It's just he might need to go through some stuff, and before he comes to that like realization that, you know, his life isn't exactly in a very good place. But, you know, I'm still praying. That's telling you right now.
It's just, you can't, and it's something that I kind of figured out when I was a missionary, is that, like, it's really nice to go out and tell people, hey, there's this message of peace and love, but, like, you can't just knock on somebody's door and expect that they're going to be ready to hear it. You have to approach the person that is prepared by God, if that makes sense, and not every single person that you're going to approach on the street is ready for that. So it's all about figuring out, well, it's all about letting them come to God themselves, and you not trying to intervene, basically. Because that's one problem I feel like I have, is a lot of Christians, while they mean well, they typically try and intervene when it's not their time that they should be trying to, it's not supposed to happen in their time. It's supposed to happen in God's time, basically.
Yeah, in God's timing, for sure.
So, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but, like, yeah. Nyara will walk either in this life or the next, and it's not your job or my job to try and push that. It is just your job to thank you. It's your job to pray for them to find peace, regardless of whether or not it's in this life or the next. Chad, I would appreciate it if you don't fight in the comments. I know some people are probably going to disagree with this, but just don't fight in the comments, please, because I don't want to have to time anybody out.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Just don't chat. Please stop fighting in the comments. I would deeply appreciate it. Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
NyaraVT. I'm not diagnosing anybody, not transvestigating someone. I just think that there's like something that I can relate to as a trans person, and maybe someone can benefit from hearing it as well. If this actually applies to Occo, I don't know. Just as a preface. Does it hurt to think about?
I'm telling you right now, it will never apply to me. All right? All right? I understand. All right? When everybody looks at a dude that uses a female model, yeah, I get it. It's kind of weird. There's going to be people on the right. There's going to be Christians that are going to think it's weird. There's going to be people on the left saying, well, come over, sister, or why are you such a bigot when this is obviously the way that you're supposed to be? And it's just like, I feel like it's a lot simpler than that. I feel like it's literally a lot simpler than that. I like doing my content creation.
Just don't win. I'm sorry.
It like literally is as simple as I like seeing a female model, and there you go. It's a female model, and I like making content the way I do. So I mean, there's a couple other silly little underlining other things, but like it's literally not much more simpler than I got past my dysphoria when I was a teenager. Now as an adult, I don't struggle with that in the way that some people might think that I struggle with it. But
yeah, you know yourself. You know yourself pretty well.
Yeah, but like I use a female model, and who cares? Who cares? I'll tell you right now. I will find when I find a woman, all right, that I will get married to for the rest of my life. I'll find a woman that likes anime enough to say that that's okay, because I'm sure that there is one.
Oh, she's out there somewhere.
Oh, she is. She definitely is. I'm sure that she's out there somewhere.
All right, guys, we're going the yippies get together, and we're gonna find Occo his perfect wife.
We're gonna find the yippie wife.
Yeah, the yippie wife. She's out there, guys. We just need to put on our yippie hats and go. That would be so cute, honestly.
Yeah,
I would be so down to do that with the yippies. Just like go find Occo a wife.
Like a yippie in a wedding. Like they try and the first attempt is a yippie in a wedding dress, and it's just like,
oh my goodness. You need to get that drawn like ASAP.
Well, I think so.
Yippie looking for wife.
Yes. Oh gosh, the Chris Chan yippie is just a yippie holding up a sign saying "Want woman."
Oh my god, no!
Did you? Here. Let me. I need to show this to you. Chris Chan want woman. There is a picture of Chris Chan. Oh my gosh, there is a picture of Chris Chan where, in his quest to find a woman, he is wearing like a woman's like sports bra that he literally just writes in Sharpie, "Want woman."
Okay, this is the second time you traumatize me. I will grab the yippee and I will throw it. No, okay.
This was before Chris Chan. This was when Chris Chan was doing their tomboy arc or tomgirl arc.
Mother of pearl, what am I watching? Uncle's Love Quest. I don't want to read that.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to drag you along to watch some Chris Chan history one day. I think one day.
I need you to drag me. Yeah. One day we will do this. We will sit in the VC for like a good hour.
Oh, it'll be on stream. It'll be on stream.
Oh,
all right.
Excellent. Yeah.
I owe my chat. Maybe we can do this after I get back from my vacation. But I owe my chat.
Yeah.
It's Chris Chan, A Comprehensive Documentary, episode 2. So I will I'll see if I can drag you through episode 2, and you can enjoy episode 2. And it'll be fantastic because Chris Chan in the early years is still very Christian sounding, also very homophobic sounding, and also very autistic.
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't have autism, so I don't understand. I just have a little silly gamer gremlin brain.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, well,
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, once I get back from my vacation, we'll find a way to set it up. Please stop torturing your collab partners. Listen, chat. I'm either asking my collab partners about politics or drama, or I'm torturing them through lolcow history.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like this is a bit of lolcow history torture right now.
Hey man, I'm always down to be. Wait, I'm gonna stop myself right there. I'm gonna stop myself right there before I say something that I'm gonna regret. They'll clip me. It'll be over for me.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue, chat. By the way, chat, thank you so much for the 200 people here in chat. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Let's continue.
The past, or are you able to remember those times with neutrality? The thing is, like, yeah, it kind of hurts. I was too scared to do something about it. I was being gaslit by society, basically being manipulated by my environment, and I was being taught that, like, I'm one of those good trans people. I might be trans, but at least I'm not making it my whole personality, and at least I'm not going out of my way.
Hold on. Oh gosh, we're gonna be here for fucking ever. Are you saying that like not making it your entire personality is a bad thing? It's just like, I don't make being a man my entire personality. I know some VTubers that like pretend to be that I knew a Babaniku VTuber who literally made that his whole, like, he would literally he had a female model and he would stream, and like every other day he would come out and say, guys, just so you know, I'm a man that uses a female model. And it's just like,
oh my gosh.
Just like, what are you doing? I know what he was trying to go for, but it's just like so annoying. It's like what and jumping back over to this, it's just like, are you saying that making trans your entire personality is what you're supposed to be doing? Like I don't get it. Like, I don't go out every single day and make sure that all of the people that I work with remember, hey, just so you remember, I'm a macho man. I lift every single day. I listen to Logan Paul. I'm sorry. I instinctively just thought
Andrew
of
Tate.
yeah. I was gonna say yes. Thank you. I listened to Andrew Tate talk about how he is trafficking women all day. So I just hope that you know I am a man. I don't do that.
Wild.
That's extremely weird. All right. That's exactly what you sound like, Nyara, when you're saying, oh, I want to make trans my entire personality. If that's all your personality is, that's incredibly boring. Like, what games do you like to play? What stuff do you enjoy reading? Tell me what you think. Even though I hate politics, tell me what you think about the current political climate that doesn't involve being trans. You know what I mean? It's just like, why is it your entire personality just how you woke up this morning and felt?
Yeah, not only that, like, dude, why be like one-dimensional? Be 3D, bro.
Exactly. And it's just like, if this is how you choose to live, that's fine. But the moment where that is your entire personality, where you eat, live, and drink this as your personality, I'm sorry. I feel kind of sad and depressed for you, because that's a sad existence to live.
You're fearfully and wonderfully made by the Lord. You're so much more than what you're saying you are.
Exactly. You can have a pet. Your pet can be your life.
Oh my goodness. I just thought about like the red pill movement when they were saying that like a lot of women by like, I don't know, mid to end 20 of the 20s, they'll have like 10 cats and a bunch of boxed wine. And I was like, hey, yo. I just thought of that when you said your pet could be your personality. My gosh.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But like my point is literally just, if you think that it is bad to be a trans person that doesn't make their whole life around being trans, I got news for you. It's pretty depressing to just say my whole life is being trans. All right, because trust me, I know trans people, and that's not their whole life. Like, it's just not. So I apologize if I'm getting too animated, but like,
no, you're good. Honestly, like, I think you care, and at the same time, like, this person just keeps coming after you. So I totally feel that.
Well, it's not even that they're coming after me. It's more just like I stare at them as like a living contradiction to myself. Like, I look at them and I'm like, I am everything
You're
that.
foil.
I'm not even. I maybe, but it's just like I look at Nyara and I'm like, this is exactly what would have happened to me if I didn't have parents that gave a shit. Because it's very obvious based off of what they say that their parents didn't give a shit, and their parents didn't like them, and their parents didn't treat them with love and respect. And it's just like, yeah, I think I like every single day I see Nyara, I am forced to like call my parents, and even though I have scuffles with my parents, I tell them, I was like, thank God you gave a fuck. Thank God you actually decided to like intervene with my life and like raise me as a child. So, so I don't know, and it's just like, that's probably why I feel more compassion over them as an individual than maybe other people are willing to. But it literally is just like I look and see what could have been, and
it's an opportunity missed. It's a life that's like very lost in the sauce, and you know, you want to help, but they don't want to be helped at all. Like, they don't see that it's wrong.
What's crazy is I feel like by the same extent, they also look at me and say the exact same thing. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that, but it's just kind of like, we both look at each other as like a weird duality. It's weird. I don't think they're fatherless. I think they had their father in their life. I just think that, like, I don't know. I just feel like they're I don't know. Based off of what they say, it just sounds like their family is.
Their family dynamic is not good. And obviously we don't know like the full extent of it, but I mean, when people kind of crash out and act like this, you can kind of tell something did not go right in their childhood.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's their counterpart. Oh my goodness.
Maybe. Anyway, let's continue.
something about it by medically transitioning. I'm a good trans person. That is the rhetoric that I fell into, and I thought that I just have to like overcompensate by being more masculine, because I thought that like if I go the other route, then maybe things are just going to be normal. Like I'm going to realize that like I'm a man, I was born a man, and I'm destined to be a man. This is awkward. We did have a talk which was pretty draining. I don't know what I want to like do with it.
It was draining for you. It was definitely draining for me as well at the very end. Does it scare you that Nyara is what you could have been? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if scare is the right word. Maybe it's more just like a constant reminder to me. Which is weird because again, I do feel like Satan tries to throw temptations out through Nyara back at me, but it's odd. It's really odd. I don't know.
I feel like there's not even. I don't even think a word could describe it. I think you gotta like in a sentence. You gotta like say it. It's not just one thing.
Is German, so if parents are hyper lefty? I don't think that's necessarily true. I feel like European parents, up until more recently, were more conservative, and I do think that there are more European families that are up there that are becoming more left leaning, but I'm not willing to believe that their parents were hyper lefty, because if they were, they probably would have been celebrated, and it sounds like Nyara was not celebrated for what they chose to do. It sounds like Nyara was bullied by both family members and parents. So I have a feeling that Nyara's parents probably were more of the European parents that were more traditional and old, probably were some form of religious, and looked at this to be an oddity that they treated with more prejudice, when instead they probably should have treated it with more love. Because if they treated it with love, I think that things would be incredibly different. I don't know. Gosh damn it.
Yeah, love makes a lot of difference, even if they might not, a kid might not fully like understand it when they're young, but I think to some degree they probably do. It's like, even if they didn't like affirm it, right? They could have, helped him get like therapy, try to be more understanding, ask questions, and I don't know, give him a hug. Sounds like he needs a lot of hugs.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what went on in their life. I know that like a lot of what forces these kinds of thoughts to form in our mind is based off of a lot of different factors. For me, it was a lot of self-confidence issues based off of how my parents were going through divorce. And I know it was a mixture of non-acceptance in my own body, but like I can only imagine like what pushed them to have these thoughts. Because I do think that for some people, it is not as simple as that, but I do just like, I just do have to wonder, So
yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
I will use it, but they basically called intersex people broken and in need to be fixed, and that's why it's okay to mutilate their genitalia.
I feel like that was me trying to be nice. But the truth is that there are intersex people that have body deformities is really the word I should have used, because that is what it is. That sounded worse to me, which is why I probably use that wording. But medical term, if you want me to use the medical terms, there are individuals that unfortunately have issues wrong with their bodies in life, and that's not wrong. I don't believe that like that is a sign of them being horrible people. I just think that's a sign of sometimes people are born with different challenges in their life. I mean that's a more Christian way of responding to it. I also just think that sometimes they're born because of the choices of others, and the choices of others fuck them up as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And I think we talked about it the last time that we talked, when a mother drinks a lot of alcohol, a child, I forgot what it was called.
Fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yeah. So even parents' choices can affect like a child way before they even come into the world. So.
Yeah. And again, like I know that there are individuals that like have these issues, and those are the individuals that I do advocate for, especially to seek help. And whether it be medical or through psychology or whatever, 110%. but like I understand like the argument that was tried right afterwards, because everybody tried to say that I was for eugenics.
Oh.
That's not what I'm for. That's not what I'm for. Obviously, I wish that like people would be born without body deformities, but I don't think that. I think it's really funny that the German is saying that I'm for eugenics. I think that's extremely funny.
Yikes.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, and force them into binary boxes. And I was like, okay, instead of being like confrontational and be like, what the f, you dumb bitch. Holy
you should have been like that.
Actually,
it would have been funnier.
These takes. By that logic, a trans person would also be broken and then need to be fixed. So why is it okay to do gender reassignments?
But it is a mental illness. It's a mental illness. I'm sorry. Some of it is like a mental illness, and for others, it is AGP. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. I like the answer for a lot of stuff that happens in our life is to seek out professional help. I'm sorry if it sucks to say that, but like, some people need professional help, and if that professional help does include some form of transition, then okay. But I think that a lot of people that go through this, they don't need that as an answer, and professional help would help them to see that. So I don't understand what's wrong with me saying that I believe everybody should like seek help if they need it. Like, there is absolutely nothing wrong with like saying if you need help in life, like we're all in some way broken people. We all need something different to be done in our lives. I don't think that like it's dumb to say that, but like there's this big issue.
I mean, we're here to support each other. Like, yeah, like you're saying, if you need to cry out for help, man. Like, why hold it back?
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is with people that have this aversion to seeking help. I just don't understand it personally, because everybody needs it. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, I don't think it's eugenics to say if you've got an issue in your life, you should seek professional help. I don't think that there's an issue with that at all.
I think he's overreacting.
A lot of them tend to overreact. A lot of people that tend to have the mind space like this tend to overreact and tend to think that it is the worst of the worst opinion here. But yeah.
And it's not, because like, think about it. There is a baseline. There is a reality. And again, you can do whatever you want. At the end of the day, like, it's your life. You do what you want. But to say that someone's like attacking you in your whole life, it's, they're trying to help you because this isn't normal. And you want to make what's not normal. And it doesn't mean that like, I don't want to say it's like bad or good per se, but I don't know how to word it. I don't want to sound like I'm
don't be a bigot here.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's like, people just care about you and they want to make sure that you're okay and that you're making an informed, decision, and that you're doing it calmly, and that this is what you want. Like, people want to understand your heart and where it is that you want to go. They're not. I would assume that like the people around you care about you and they don't want to hurt you.
Yeah. Pretty much. Hey, Jazz, how's it going over in there in the chat? But yeah, it's just like, I'm not for eugenics. I'm for people to actually know what the fuck they're getting into before they want to, exactly. Like, before you decide to make these choices that will affect your life for the rest of your life. I think that you should be under a very intense scrutiny. Which isn't a bad thing to say. I think you should be under intense scrutiny to make sure that this is what you actually want to go through, or if there's something deeper that you have to figure out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you there, and that's kind of how I wanted to word it. Is just like, make sure you know exactly what it is you're getting into before you do anything that, you probably won't be able to change back, right, in the future.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Surgeries on.
But just as a side note, Nyara, I did kind of wish you would go hard. It would have been more funny if you did go harder. Just saying.
On infants who don't even know their gender, who didn't even say their first word, but it's not okay to do HRT on 14, 15, 16-year-olds.
Yes, it's not okay.
I don't know what the response.
Sorry, I don't like to keep pausing this quickly here because we're not every frame of pause, but like, yes, I have an issue with people that don't understand their own bodies making choices for them. If a doctor pulls out a baby and says, if you don't perform this surgery on this child, it's going to die in 36 hours, I would like to think the mother can make a good, informed, consented choice about that. There's a difference between this baby needs something put in its heart so it will live, and I want to change my child's gender because I think that they'll be happier that way. There's a very, very, very massive difference, and it's kind of disingenuous.
Very big difference.
It's very disingenuous to assume that you can compare the two, in my personal opinion. Why transition is a multi-year process. It should be a multi-year process. It should be something that people take seriously over multiple different years. It should start with intense scrutiny in therapy. Like with me, because I would like to think that like if I was in therapy and things didn't get solved, even if my parents disagreed with it, they probably would just like say, okay, well, you're like, what was it, 15, 16? You're going to have to continue going to therapy, and when you're an adult, you can make whatever choices you want. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it on our dime. You're not going to do it with our insurance.
Yeah, it has to be on your dime. Like, you have to work for it, basically. And I don't know how it works in Germany, but I mean, here in the US, like, do they get like funded? Like, or is that like, how does that work? Because I know in the military, I think they're trying to make it like if people want to transition, they can.
I think think Trump kind of ruled that out in the military.
Okay.
I am not too knowledgeable on that. I believe it's like insurance, I think. Could be wrong. If I was an insurance company, I wouldn't pay for somebody to mutilate their body because it would cause complications and I would have to pay out shit tons of money if it went wrong. But I don't know. I really don't know how insurance would pay for that. I do know that, because here's the thing. For people that do actually need these kinds of surgeries to save their life, like for people that have body deformities, I know that insurance can help out with that, and I know some states assist with that. Like I know if you live in California, I think, because I used to live in California, and this was something that I had some vague knowledge of. I think in California they do help you out with that, but that's like a state-specific thing. I don't know how it works in Germany though. Anyway, I think it's extremely disgusting to conflate giving life-saving surgery to a child that needs it, and I think my child is trans, or my child thinks that they're better as a girl, so we're just going to get them that surgery. Like, there's two completely...
Yeah, no, that's...
Go ahead.
You know, I'm getting like worked up too. I'm trying to like stay calm, but yeah, it's two different things. Like an actual like life-saving surgery versus something that, you know, could ruin their life. Disgusting to me, honestly. But
pretty much. Anyway, let's continue.
It is, but I think it was just like something like, nuh-uh.
I also go through some of their backstory that led to them becoming trans and how they became the next perpetual victim.
Hi, beautiful. You're smart and funny. You're the only
This
woman for me.
I think is either scared me or trying to
Give
ignore
me all your
now
money then.
because I kind of BTFO'd them
oh my
in
gosh,
the past.
there's no way.
The end of
Wait.
Are they gonna go back on what I said?
Individual, I think, is either scared of me or trying to ignore me.
For me now. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have like when I did release my embargo and decided to talk about them, I didn't see any pushback. So I was under the assumption that they ignored me because of how the interview went. Personally.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at it kind of seems that way, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my assumption. If I'm wrong, fair, but like that was my assumption based off of how I observed you. So, but yeah.
Hey.
What the f does BTF owed mean? Loan the out. What does that mean? Absolutely destroyed or owned in arguments. If you look at the conversation, you didn't have any arguments. It's kind of funny how like Occo is like, oh, I studied up on Yara.
I watched like 10 or 15 of their videos. Or watch. You don't really have to watch a lot of this content. I listened to a good chunk of the videos that they had on their arguments, and I asked them, I was like, can you provide some more links to this? Because when I listened to a lot of their videos, I noticed that they didn't put links in their description for the arguments that they had. So before the event even happened, I was like, hey, can you show me where you got all this information? Because I wanted to look through it and refute it. And I actually talked to trans individuals before I went into that interview, and I also like did a good chunk of research myself. And I also had meditation and prayed. So like,
yeah, and it makes sense because like the kind of work that you're doing, you need to go in informed, or else you're gonna look like a clown. I mean, I know that your model. Anyway,
for the purposes of that interview, I wasn't a clown, but you're fair enough. You're fair enough.
Yeah, and I was watching. You had sent me this video, and I heard that you had done your research, so it's like. Makes sense because you don't want to go in there uninformed. I mean, to anything really, you don't want to go in uninformed.
No.
So.
No. I wonder how deep the accusations will go. Well, there's partially a reason why I decided to not use the clown model tonight, chat.
Gotta be a little serious. It's just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Videos, and I took notes, and I had all these arguments addressed, and then you never actually showed any research or studies.
I disagree.
The only thing that you brought up to was John Money, and then I told you what John Money's actual hypothesis was and how it like failed and proved trans people right and you wrong. And like,
I wait, what? I mean, we talked about this earlier a little bit, right? About what this guy did. Oh my.
All right, chat. I would be here for like literally all night, and I need to go make money tomorrow, so we're not gonna do it tonight. But it sounds like we need to have a stream where I go through John Money, and we go through John Money together. So we're gonna slate that in the future. I'm gonna slate that in the future for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go through that in the future.
Thing that I brought up to was like, oh, I have to look into this. Oh, I don't know anything about it. It's kind of delusional. You say that you destroyed me in this debate, in this conversation.
A lot of people. I agree. I did
something that you're going to say as an example for why I believe that if you have gender dysphoria, as you claim, and your experiences are correct, and as you claim, I strongly believe that you have not been quote-unquote fixed. I believe you would be much happier if you would start transitioning. And I'm going to tell you why, but I need to skip.
Oh my gosh.
Does he sound like he's breaking up to like in like how is it, like when someone's about to cry?
I don't know. I maybe I'm just not paying attention because I'm kind of getting just a little bit upset with this here. But
oh my goodness,
I'm going to be honest. This is the first time I've had somebody online tell me, I think you need to transition. Outside of the concern troll comments that like I got on my channel and in my Discord server, literally the day after this video came out, like I have never, ever had somebody, like I've had people that came into my comments like, ew, you are trans, you're gross. And it's just like, well, no, I'm not. But I've had literally the other side of people trolling me on that vector. And I think when this happened, I was thunderstruck. I guess thunderstruck is the right word. I was taken aback. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I think like you were. Is it wonderstruck? No.
Thunderstruck.
No, I don't know the word. Yeah, hold on.
I use thunderstruck. I think that's it might be the right word. It's not, but it's just like I was taken aback. I was like, oh my gosh. I literally have people that are trying to convince me that like I need to transition after I had already made the choice for multiple years that like I am happy the way I am. Am I happy that I've not got the exact male body I want? I mean, like I'm still working on it. Like it's multiple days of work.
It takes time. Yeah.
But like I think I was like taken aback massively when I saw that like this was a thing. It was extremely hilarious to me. So thunderstruck and dumbfounded.
A side that preaches like being the most tolerant people, sometimes the intolerance is like baffling to me.
Yeah. Thunderstruck has a good album. Yes. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
There's a weird part where you tell me that I make it my whole personality and shit like that.
One, it gives them a platform to grow, and two, I just feel like Nyara should be left alone and nobody should talk about them. I have changed my mind. I've done a 180 completely, and the reason why, if you want to know why I've decided to do a 180 chat, do you want to know why? Is because they won't shut the fuck up. They will not
You
shut
crashed out so hard here.
I did.
You crashed out so hard, Occo.
But like the truth of the matter is we had reached a point where everybody was talking about them, and I was like, okay, everybody's talking about them, but I don't feel like people are documenting the behaviors that actually exist here. Because what I wanted to do was actually talk about the behaviors, talk about the things that are going on, and I was just like, listen, Yara, the reason why you're getting this hate is because you're not shutting the fuck up about all of this kind of shit. And I just wanted to point out some of the hypocrisy where they're like, oh, I wish people would leave me alone. It's just like, yeah, but you're not leaving other people alone. And that's like an issue.
Yeah. When you crashed, I was like, yeah, I feel where you're coming from right now. Like, bro.
Vtuber with a jester /
Thank you for the 10. I appreciate that.
Avatar.
Super Iron Bob tipped Octopus Mommy.
There's a story behind that one too.
To casually suggest and encourage someone to commit their life to incomplete processes that come with hardship is monstrous.
Thank you for meeting the goal. Let me set a new goal here real quick. So
let's go.
Guys,
throw money at Occo.
Yes.
Do it.
The voice clip you just heard. So there was a video where a guy was talking about Grums. Do you know who Grums is? I'm assuming you might.
Vaguely.
Idea, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So like he was going against Grums, talking about Grums, and I made a video, or I made a stream where I talked about it. This guy saw Grums, the video I made, and literally in his second part calling out Grums. All right, so this is a video that has tens of thousands of views on it. In the first minute, he mentions me. In that voice clip is how he mentions me. Is a VTuber Octopus Mommy MILF Avatar.
Oh my.
And it was at that point I decided whenever I get mentioned by somebody else, I need to clip that and use it as a super chat redeem. It's perfect. I love it.
Brilliant.
And that's only out when people give $10 or more. So it's beautiful. It encourages people if they want to hear some silly little things here. I need to.
There's like the tears running down my face.
I have to. I want a clip for like $100. So if somebody's crazy enough, I need one for $100. But I have to find a really good clip.
Like Kirsha, I love Kirsha's.
Kirsha does mention me, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. But yes, I essentially, like, I had changed my mind. I was like, okay, Nyara's not going to stop anytime soon. And it's reached the point where my hope that people were just not going to see them or forget about them, it didn't happen because Nyara kept talking and kept like adding on to it, and more people started to figure that out. And I really do feel like that, like, if they had not jumped onto the Cures train, they would not be where they are today. It is my belief that that is the way that it would be, because
you're going after someone's like livelihood, and again, you know, Kirsha's a bigger, you know, face, so you know, I think you know about like what happened with Crime Boss.
Yes,
right. They
was very familiar.
Threw her under the bus because of this person inciting it, and then Anna, right? Like, even though we don't like Vice, right? There's still a voice in like journalism, quote unquote. So I mean, once you got something like that after you, that's kind of
and it's just like in my head, I was like, well, maybe if enough people ignored them, and maybe this was just a losing battle, but my thought process was, if enough people ignored them, then maybe they would not have the prominence and growth they wanted. Because it was obvious to me, literally back when I did that interview, that the only way for Nyara to proceed and actually grow was to make content that enforced a response out of people. Because that's the only content that they're making right now. Like, they're trying. It looks like they are attempting to branch out and do other things. But if I'm going to be honest, the only content I see Nyara making,
user for the
in the long term, is literally just them making something that somebody can rage bait to. Somebody reacts to it. That's not me, because let's be honest, me reacting to it really doesn't move the needle on them growing as an individual. But like, somebody reacts to it and then they grow based off of it. And I do believe that them creating rage bait content is what has allowed them to grow to the size that they are now, where they are creating the way that they are now. So that was why I was just like, me talking about them literally is not a net negative for society. It's actually a little bit of a net positive now, because I can talk about it. I can give my analysis of it. And it was just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to walk back on what I said, eat the crow for doing that, and then give my critical opinions of them.
Yep, that's the way people grow in this space. It's drama. Either you defend yourself and people like you, or you're the one causing it, and, you know, but you still get people rallying behind you.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to help them in their growth, like, later on. Like, I try not to get in drama if I can, but...
No, that's fair. That's fair. It's,
I get dragged into it more like it.
It's definitely something you need to have the heart and soul for. And if you don't, I don't recommend people touch it with a 10-foot pole. So, anyway, let's go back to my crash out. Up.
Isn't John Money the guy that forces a cis male to live as a female? Yeah, because he thought that, like, if you change the genitalia of a boy, you can make them a girl, in order to, like, prove his hypothesis on, like, quote-unquote hermaphrodites, which are intersex babies with ambiguous genitalia, being like, whatever you pick, the way you socialize them, they are going to be that gender. That was the hypothesis, and he disproved that with his cruel experiment. And no matter how abusive this guy was, no matter how, you know, basically how much he tortured, not just this poor boy who was gaslit into believing that they were a girl, but also torturing the brother, the twin brother of that boy.
I might say sexually tortured them in multiple different ways that I do not want to get into tonight, because I don't like it.
The stomach for it. I don't have the stomach for it.
But I feel like it would be remiss to not include that it wasn't just regular torture. It was sexual torture as well.
A cis boy is not a girl, and it's disgusting how people weaponize that and push the idea that he is actually
the reason why people weaponize it, quote unquote weaponize it, is because he is the impetus for a lot of gender theory today. If it was not for him, I do not believe that the modern gender theory that we see a lot of people posit today would exist. They use and springboard off of his work in order to in order to form their arguments. So I am sorry if you're upset with that, but that is literally why. It's because his arguments are what you use today. Or if it's not exactly his arguments, it is the arguments that people have built off of what he has decided to argue.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I have to look into him too, I think. Not tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight. You'll get too upset, in my personal opinion. So anyway. We're only 10 minutes in.
The father of the transgender.
Here, I'm going to put it on 1.25 speed, because that might help out.
That would be nice.
Because it's not true, and you don't understand the science, you don't care about the science, you weaponize it against the trans community to push a certain agenda.
I also wanted to talk to them because they had brought up, hey, you had gender dysphoria, can we talk about this? And I was like, sure, whatever, why not? And that's what ended up happening. So we had a stream where we talked about that. However, what was going to be a simple talk or a simple conversation.
It's never a simple talk when a transphobic person talks to a trans person.
A lot of people were like, oh, you should have expected this. And it was like, I did expect this. I did, like, listen, I did 2 to 3 days of prep work.
That is pathetic. That is actually so fucking sad. Anytime I showed the studies that I use You know,
And I asked you for studies.
Crash out is wild.
I asked you for studies. I asked you for what you used as your sources, and I read them, and then I asked people their opinions on them. Some of them, again, other trans people. And then they disagreed with it.
And I'm even gonna like say, because this happens in like Christianity too. People don't like back up what they say with like scripture or history or whatever the case is. Like at least like a link or something, like bro, because it's like people want to look into it too, and then you might have your commentary. But if you don't provide something, I think that makes you like less credible. Just no matter what it might be, like whether it's Christianity or this particular topic or just anything. What happened to like integrity? Like what happened to bringing in like primary sources and all of that? Like, did we not learn this in high school? I mean, I don't know how Germany works with their education system, but I know here, they taught us, you gotta like cite your sources all the time because people want to know like if what you're saying is true or not, or if they want to just dig deeper. It gives them an idea, like what to compare what you're saying to what you find, for example.
Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, I did study because I knew what I like. Because here's the thing. I knew that if I walked into that expecting just a talk, I was going to have issues, which is why I'm
going to get thrown under the bus.
Exactly, because I was going to walk in. I legitimately walked in there believing that I could have a normal conversation. However, I also walked in there with the idea that I should prepare if that doesn't just happen. So I'm sorry if that, like, I didn't like I'm sitting here just like, well, are you upset that I decided to prepare? Are you upset that I decided to like better inform myself on these topics? I'm legitimately like confused. And again, I will say that like whenever they talk about things in their videos, and maybe they show their stuff on their streams, I don't know. I'm not willing to sit through a Nyara stream. But like whenever I watch their videos, which is supposed to be like the cut down stuff where that it shows all the points, they didn't put any sources in their stuff. I don't know if they do now, but like when I watch their Rev video,
yeah,
like when I watched their Rev video, I'd message them. I was like, "Hey, I want the sources for this stuff, please." And then that's. I should not have to ask for that. If you want to talk about what you read, you should share it in the description. So, yeah.
Yeah, not only that, like if you really want people to be, informed from your perspective, like why wouldn't you share that? And, I could be wrong here, but my thought process is it'll really like contradict their point. Like it will prove that they're wrong. So maybe that fear is there, or they just don't really care, which again, not entirely sure with Nyara falls, but to me that's kind of like you gotta share your info, or else people not like people like you who take it more seriously. You're not gonna take them like they're gonna seem disingenuous.
Well, it's just like I feel like I give I try to give the best faith possible. I'm probably not perfect in it, but like I try to give the best faith possible in trying to understand other people's positions, because that's how I was raised, that's how I believe. And it's just like I fundamentally know that I would disagree with Nyara on all of these things, even if I don't have 100% of the schooled study. If I didn't go to the same school or I didn't read the exact same things that Nyara did, I know that on a fundamental scale that I just disagree with it. And a part of that disagreement is part of that disagreement is religious, but another part of that is also based off of experience that I've lived, experiences that I feel like are unfortunate for people like Nyara, because it's just like, yeah, my experiences are based off of how I grow up and all that kind of shit. My sources, I made it up. Well, the thing is that Nyara does pull from websites and researches and studies. It's just a lot of those studies are bullshit. Because a lot of the studies that they gave me, like I asked people and I was like, what do you think of these studies? And they ended up showing me like counters to those studies, or like saying, oh, these studies are bullshit or weird or crazy and all that kind of, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. A commendable mindset.
I'm frustrated too, just like, dude, like how is it that people like, and again, I'm not saying that I want to throw Nyara under the bus, but like, just looking at it from an outside perspective, how can I take you seriously if you're not really taking this seriously? Like, it's mostly like emotion. It's not facts. It's not really logic. It's me, how I feel. It's like your feelings are valid, but you gotta back this up. Like, where are you coming from? Like, and if people show you that, look, it's actually this way, but you're not accepting it, like this just sounds like a level of cognitive dissonance. I don't know if that's an offense or a slur or something, but ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like we should just continue before I loop around again.
Yeah.
In order to make my points, you hit me with like, I need to look into this. I don't know enough.
Yeah, because I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm allowed to
engage with the.
I'm allowed to say I don't know everything and that I would like to look into it. I mean, like, I feel like I did a lot of research for that day. I knew I was going to walk into some things that I didn't know, and I would rather say I don't know the answer to that. I would like to look it up, or would you hand me those sources rather than just try to be stupid like JonTron when he did his debate with Destiny and pull shit out of his ass. By the way, that's one of the things I watched before I did this debate too, is I watched the JonTron debate and I was like, okay, here's what I'm not going to do. If I don't know the answer to something, I'm just going to say I don't know the answer to something and try and figure out the answer later. So, because that's like what normal people do. So.
Yeah.
The arguments, even if I met you halfway and used your own logic and rhetoric, that is pathetic. Didn't see the border, but it doesn't sound like the talk went well at all. If you go to playlists, it should be visible here.
Part of the reason why I had some of the issues I had was due to factors at home, factors with my body, or factors about not being loved. I believe that, and again, I don't think that all trans people are going to be solved if they just go to therapy and talk with people about a lot of things. I don't believe that's the case at all, because again, people are all different and people are going to have different experiences in their life. My issue, again, is wanting to issue broad strokes when it comes to letting everybody just or excuse me, not just everybody. Like my issue is letting children do this when the factor could be just that they are depressed, they are uncomfortable in their body, because when you are going through puberty, you are very uncomfortable in your body.
And these were like always like the arguments, and it's like, I mean, I get that like a lot of children are confused with like the changes that are happening to them, but it's kind of delusional to be like, well, every boy wants to be a girl, right? Every boy is like really confused with like the changes that are happening. Not being the...
And that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was a lot of people have issues with their body when they're growing up. There are literal movies dedicated to people that are unhappy with themselves and they have to discover themselves as individuals. It is disingenuous to say that the argument that I was making is all people on the inside are secretly trans because they have issues with their body.
I mean, think about Inside Out, the movie, like, and Inside Out 2, like,
I have not seen the second one, but
the first one, even Riley trying to figure it out and going through these changes, and I mean, it's a little funny movie, whatever, but it's a real thing. I mean, even me, when I was like going through puberty, like at a really young age, it was uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable, but I'm not trans because I feel uncomfortable.
And it's just like, it's disingenuous to say that's the argument I was trying to make, because that's not the argument I was trying to make. The argument I was trying to make is that you can't solve everybody with broad strokes. Not everybody is going to be the same fit. I recognize that some people are going to have this problem for the rest of their lives that they got to work through. They got to go to therapy. They got to walk through it. That's fair. I'm not going to say that because I don't believe in broad strokes. Funny enough, as the autistic person in the room to say, I don't believe in broad strokes. But
no, and every situation's different. Like, sure, you can make some generalizations, but everybody has a specific case, and you got to work through that specific case.
But like, no, it's disingenuous to say that was my argument, because that's not my argument. It's just not my argument.
Same as the other girls, right? And then being like, oh yeah, we should just like treat the depression. It doesn't matter how much medication you pump into someone.
I'm not asking.
It's not going to be fixed.
Because I'm not even asking for medication. My apologies, chat, for continuing to pause. But that's not what I'm asking for either. I'm just saying, don't make broad strokes about people. Otherwise, you're going to break a lot of people.
People who don't need to be broken.
Yeah.
That is why antidepressants didn't fix the depression that was caused by me having a hormonal imbalance and being basically menopausal. I had to fix my HRT levels.
Mena, huh?
Like my HRT
Hold on a moment. That can't.
What? First of all, menopause doesn't happen. Like, if you were a woman, right? That happens in like your 40s, your 50s, going onward. Like, what?
Yeah, my mom just started having that issue, and she's like in her 50s. So I don't know how you're
menopausal. Bro, what?
This goes back to my issue. This goes back to my issue where men who become trans start to think that they're like literally becoming a woman inside and out by having the same cycles that literally you cannot have programmed into your body because you don't have those organs. That's not how this works.
I have to calm down, Akko. I need to drink some water.
You're good. We're just gonna continue.
Hormonal levels. It doesn't matter how much antidepressants I took. It just didn't fix it. And I think it's like incredibly sad to be like, well,
then it's obvious that is not that was not the solution for you. I'm not going to say that like taking a whole bunch of medication is going to fix you, because medication is not a one size fits all. You want to know what my mom told me when I thought I was getting depressed or I thought I was sad? She told me, go serve somebody. Go give somebody love today. Because serving is a good way to remove the self from the equation. It stops making you think about yourself, and it starts making you put broader things into perspective. And guess what? That's not going to fix it for everybody. Not everybody is going to feel better if they go serve some other people. Again, it goes back to the conversation that broad strokes are not the answer. But we as a society have decided that broad strokes are how we're supposed to do it.
Everybody... different medicine for everyone, different solution. And going back to the medicine thing, like, it might bandage one thing, but it'll cause problems in a whole other way.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
there's a reason why medications are so vastly different, and we don't have one medication that fixes all things. And it's just because not all medications will fix people.
Yeah, no, it won't. It's just a band-aid over a bullet hole, honestly, a lot of times.
Anyway, where is my mouse? My mouse is gone. Hold on.
I had gender dysphoria. I went to therapy, and I just like dealt with it. And then going on stream and being like, well, you shouldn't actually be able to do these things because like I didn't do these things. For me, transitioning fixed a lot of issues that I had. Social anxiety, depression, self-esteem. Sure, if your core issue is something else, then maybe, you know, just going to the gym and working out helps a little bit with your body image. But you can't apply the fix for one issue onto something else. And it's also pretty delusional to think that trans people do not go to therapy before accessing HRT. Because
some of them don't.
Diagnosed with...
Some of them don't. Some of them actively try and go around it. I have seen some of them that actively try and go around it because
Wait, but pause really quick. Didn't he just say that you can't apply certain things to people's cases, so don't use broad strokes? So did he just contradict himself?
It feels like it's going in a circle, yeah. But it's just like, yeah, I'm not applying broad strokes. I know not one size fits all. It's.
I couldn't. I have to calm down. Breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe.
Gender dysphoria, and then go get approved for HRT. You need therapy because society makes it incredibly difficult for not just children, not just teens, but also adults for the follow. HRT. You know, gender dysphoria, being trans, it's kind of a rare thing. So people are just going to try to root out everything else before allowing you to access it. That is why the regret rate is incredibly low. I wish it was easier to access it, especially if you're over the age of 18. I wish it was easier, because even if you start transitioning and you find out, hey, actually, this isn't the right path for me, it is not an immediate switch. This drags on for many, many years. And you're under constant supervision with multiple experts, and you can always stop. So even if it was easier to access it, and the regret rates were, I don't know, 15%, it would still not be bad. It would still be lower than knee surgery. Did someone just throw stuff at me, but there's no pop-up? I don't think the way testosterone made me miserable is the average puberty experience.
Someone mentioning this kind of stuff, like, he doesn't even apply it himself.
What do you mean?
Like, throwing these like statistics and then kind of like you were mentioning going in circles, like what? I mean, if you can continue, I'm still listening.
Okay.
Still gender dysphoria and suffers from going through a puberty that doesn't align with their gender identity, and they try to find other ways to cope. They listen to the talking points of right-wingers who tell them that they are AGP males and sexualizing themselves, and they, I don't know, they just have like childhood trauma and were neglected by their parents and would have been so much happier if they were a girl because then they would have more attention, stuff like that. I can understand that because I fell for that rhetoric as well. And I'm not saying that like transitioning would fix you, but I think that you are still dealing with these things, and maybe you should go to a specialist who deals with gender dysphoria and is not trying to do.
I did though. That's the thing. That's the thing is I did. I did.
I mean, that's been like the entire thing. Is like you've done this research. You didn't like go in blind, and he's treating you like you didn't do any research at all. Like I'm confused.
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway,
it just seems fueled by a lot of emotion, to be honest, and not really like looking at what it is, like listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Let's continue.
Stuff at me and then didn't share.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Okay, fuck you, dude. They still use a feminine model and use a voice changer to make them sound more feminine. I don't know, maybe that could be relevant. Yeah, exactly. And like in this talk, I don't know where it is, but Occo said that like they still do have this persona in order to like cope with the fact that they can't have it in real life. And when I asked if they're happy right now, I kind of thought Occo is going to start having a breakthrough, but I think I was wrong. And they just refused to listen to what I have to say and just started obsessing over me to the point of admitting that they actually stalk me. That is why I did.
Okay, I will admit that was like a joke. I was a joke because for those that don't know, what I basically said is that I A-logged a little bit. And that's not really like it was a joke, but in my personal opinion, looking back,
MommaOcco.
oh gosh.
Wolf Spain sent $5 for more hats, but the regret rate isn't low. They just use different statistics.
They do.
It all depends on who you ask. Lots of social contagion trans men have regrets.
I was gonna ask you, and I was gonna mention this. It's probably not even that low.
I think it's higher than a lot of people want to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, you know, and I don't know anyone directly that detransitioned, but on my feed, I've been seeing stories about, you know, people detransitioning and going into like Christianity, or they detransition and they're talking about like their regret story and how they wish they were more informed. I forgot the name of the Twitter page that I came across, but they said to not call them their old name, like their transition name, but rather like their original name. And they came to kind of like, I don't want to say full circle, but they did a 180 and realized, wow, I was lied to about a lot of the stuff.
A lot of people are.
Get to make an informed decision. And I was like, wow. I'm going to see if I can find it. Maybe I'll be able to send it to you. Maybe you know who this is. But you can continue in that room.
Yeah, but it's just like, to some extent, yeah, I do feel like doing the female model is, maybe that's a cope when I said that, but I do believe that like, using the female model as like me moving on, and maybe that's just me being autistic and weird and finding an explanation for something that like isn't really a good explanation. I don't know, but like I am of the belief that like this model really doesn't like have any relevance in whether or not I as an individual am happy the way I am. Like, and maybe I go back and forth on it. I have absolutely no idea. But like to say that like I regret it just doesn't fit. Again, I feel like Nyara really wants to.
How would you know? That's for you to decide. No one decides that for you.
I feel like Nyara again is trying to use personal experience to try and diagnose, and maybe that's unfair for me to say because I try and use my personal experiences to look at them as an individual. And again, maybe that just goes back to the. Goes back to the duality of me versus them. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's, I don't know. Let's, I think we're just going to continue.
Didn't talk about you. That is why I didn't engage with you anymore. I believe, and this is just my armchair psychology thing, is because I'm trans, I'm transitioning, I have a community that supports me, I have a relationship.
I feel like I know where this is going. Please do not say, all right, I'm gonna get so upset if I'm right on this. Please do not say that I am attacking you because I am upset that I cannot be you. If that is what you are going to, I'm gonna.
You're gonna lose it. Don't crash. Don't crash. You got it.
Please do not say that. Please, I pray to fucking God, do not say that.
With two wonderful people who see me just how I always wanted to be seen as, and you don't. I am basically what you want to be. But you
Oh, he said it. Yikes.
Oh,
fuck, I lost
fuck.
it.
I know how to call it. I promise the chat I didn't watch this. Holy fuck. You don't think I have people that see me like
Bro, Akko, don't crash. Don't crash, Akko.
I am blessed to know that all of my friends see me exactly the way they want me to be, or the way I want them to see me. Okay? I am blessed that I don't have to waste time, money, and potential issues with my body for my friends to see me the way I want to be seen. I am happy this way.
Preach, man. Preach. Goodness gracious. Bro, dude, Akko's about to become a villain.
Oh, excuse me, I got a bit of a sore throat there. Might have to grab the ice cream, but
You need to drink some water.
unironically,
Redeem?
I don't use the redeem. I'll be honest, I forgot the redeems exist. But it's like unironically, I'm not gonna like scream or yell or get too upset, but legitimately, you wish that you could have worked out your own personal issues. I can hear it because you admit that you tried and you just couldn't find it. I am of the belief that you just didn't have the right place or time or resources to get through it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'll blame your parents. I mean, like, again, like, you know, people say that I'm gonna be that maybe his parents don't deserve it, but I am gonna say that, like, you had the wrong nurture, and that really sucks. It really fucking sucks. But it's just like, legitimately, I feel like it's such projection. This, I don't know. I don't know really how to process the thoughts in here, other than just, you wish that you could have friends that accepted you the way that you came from. I don't know if you're saying that you weren't, but like,
From
I
MommaOcco.
just think.
Mercenarix 21 sent $5 for more hats. Problem is these people want to force transhumanism on everyone across the board without exception against their will. That's the demonic part.
Yeah.
Go ahead with what you're saying.
Not only that, like Akko, you know, you've been through your story and you had the people there to support you. And I mean, you could have still done whatever, but, you know, it made you less likely to. And again, by the sounds of it, like, and I think I mentioned to you earlier, it sounded like Nyara was kind of like choking up a little bit. And maybe I'm over like thinking, I might have been over reading into it, but like, it sounded like he was choking up a little bit. Or not a lot, sorry, a little bit. And just connecting it to this, you know, this is like the crash out. This is the, you know, you should be like me because this is the right way. And clearly that wasn't it for you. So
it really is hilarious, because like, this is really just like me recognizing that both of us see each other super duper harshly in each other. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. Legitimately, not quite sure how I'm supposed to feel about that. But it is just funny to like recognize that like we both see regret in each other, and I really don't know what the middle ground is on that. I really don't. Like, part of me is like thinking to myself, maybe there's a weird middle ground. And I'm not going to dance around the idea of, oh, maybe we're both right, because I don't believe that to be true.
No,
but like, it is really funny, really, really, really funny. That
there's a healthy way to go about this, and Nyara unfortunately has not gone about it in a healthy way. I would say that you're much closer to that. And again, because you were given the tools and resources to do so, you know, it was much easier to, you know, go into that. Like, with a much clearer mind and kind of accept yourself for who you are. Just it pains me honestly to hear it. Like I'm not even trying to laugh at him,
From
but
MommaOcco.
it just pain.
Yeah.
Internet Sin Master send $5 for more hats. To quote Buzz Lightyear, Nyara is a sad, strange little man, and he has my pity.
Oh my gosh.
I
That's wild.
need to get that Buzz Lightyear quote as a soundboard because it is a funny soundboard. But no, I don't know. Again, like it is definitely something that Nyara is somebody that I definitely have a lot of pity over because I see somebody that is obviously very hurt as a child.
Yeah.
And did not find the comfort that I was allowed to have, and that's unfair. It's very unfair that people didn't have that some people don't have the opportunity to seek that. And I'm not going to say that like that's a privilege thing or whatever, but I look at it from the idea of just Nyara did not have that opportunity to have parents that gave a shit, like legitimately.
Yep.
And I mean, like the thing is, most people didn't have parents that gave a shit. So I feel a lot of sympathy.
In a lot of ways.
I feel a lot of sympathy for that reason and that reason alone, but like there's a point where that sympathy dies and the guard goes up and it's just like, all right, you can't, I don't want you to take advantage of my pity and stay at an arm's length for that reason.
Yeah, no, he's been crashing out for a while, and it's clear that he's using this. I want to say that he might care a little bit, but I think, we get called grifters all the time, but I mean, is he not doing the quote unquote same thing that we're doing? But like,
a grifter is somebody that does something. There's two kinds of grifters. There's the grifter that doesn't believe in what they do, and the grifter that does believe in what they do, and it's almost worse. I do believe that Nyara believes every single thing that they say and they preach, and that's what makes it sad for me. Is because I believe that they legitimately believe every single thing that they have learned. So that's what's really sad. Is I look at them from the position of, they're not a grifter. They're not like Nick Rekieta that doesn't believe in what they do. He legitimately thinks all of these things, and that's what makes it more sad to me. So, yeah. Anyway,
To yourself to start transitioning and breaking free from the shackles that your environment is trapping you in. And I strongly believe that if you would remove yourself from these.
What environment? Like I live on my own. I have one friend in this pseudo spot that I have put myself in after I left my last housing situation. I would argue I am way more free from the dogma or the alleged dogma that any church or like family would give to me. So I don't know what like I am missing. Like I don't know if you want to infer that maybe the internet is like holding me back. It's not. I can choose at any time to log off the internet and do whatever the heck I want with my life. I choose to be here.
Touch grass.
So I don't really know what like society I have to break away from because I live on my own. I am like literally the perfect person to I am the perfect grooming victim because I literally am on my own. So obviously it's probably just the opposite is true, and that is that I have decided that I am happy the way I am, whereas you aren't. It's not a grifter, that's a zealot. No, that's fair. That's fair.
The
reason why I say there's two types of grifters, chat, is because people overuse the word grifter so much that you kind of have to. People will look at somebody that actually does believe what they do and just still call them a grifter when that's not the case.
Oh man, I feel that because that's literally me all the time. Like when I read that word, it's lost all meaning to me because I believe in what I say. You might not agree with me, and I'm not saying you, but I mean like people as a whole. And that's fine. We don't have to agree.
Anyway, I don't think transitioning would help. Like legitimately, I'm trying not to be bad faith here, but legitimately, this is almost starting to sound like trying to convince other people because it is a fetish. Some people do legitimately have a fetish to try and convince other people to go trans. And I don't know if it's fair for me to say that's what Nyara is attempting to do here, but like that is the road that I feel like it's starting to go down. And
I think it's getting dangerously close. It's getting very dangerously close to that.
Yeah. Pretty much. Grifters lost all meaning. I agree it has.
Communities, you would be pretty much alone because you burned so many bridges over the years with your podcast, with your streams, that the only people that you have right now are the ones on the right. But
I disagree. Do you want to know why I disagree? I have left-leaning friends that I talk to on a semi-regular basis. And guess what? Some of them disagree with me on things. And guess what? People on the right also semi-disagree with me on things. But I have not, quote unquote, burned all these bridges with individuals. I have people that challenge my views every single day. You just don't see it. And I'm not going to blame you for not seeing it. But like, I have those individuals in my life. I actively put myself in situations where I can disagree with people all the time. I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm the best Christian in the world, but I have a probably a way more pious Christian sitting next to me right now than maybe some people are used to. And it's just like, I allow myself the challenge. Like,
yeah. And that's important. Like, I think people don't understand, like, that you need to be challenged in order to grow as a person. Like, you and me sitting, like, you just mentioning that, you know, you challenge me to think in a different way as well. And, you know, to not be closed-minded, to try and understand other people's perspectives and, like, really listen to them in order, you know, to talk to them better. And, you know, I know the internet can be like an echo chamber, and that's really dangerous, but we got to keep challenging each other or else we're going to be stagnant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, it's funny to think that I've burned all my bridges and that nobody but right-leaning people hate me too. Right-leaning people hate me too. Because I use a female model and they know I'm a man.
Nah, I don't hate you.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just like, it's just really funny.
Generally, yeah.
Because people think, oh, you've abandoned one complete facet, and it's just like, not really. Not really. You just don't see it. You don't see it.
Yeah, that's the thing. When people don't see that and they don't care to like really dig deeper, you know, they'll go based on, you know, the surface level things. And I don't know. I get annoyed by that because it's like when you go deeper and you see the layers of different people, like of people, you know, you begin to understand it's not as like black and white. There's like a lot of nuance. And I don't know. It feels like Nyara just wants to make it that black and white here and not really dig deeper into that nuance that you have, you know?
Yeah. Chat, I know that you don't hate me personally. I'm just talking like as I think that like as an individual, I would definitely swing more in the center or maybe even classical liberal than some other people might think, which may scare some people, but classical liberal just means I believe in a live and let live society and people should be allowed to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't impede on my rights or impede on the rights of people that can't consent. So like, what I'm trying to say is I'm not one side or the other. A lot of people try and put me in that box. Funny enough, I've had more people on the left that don't believe in labels put labels on me more than right-leaning people. But right-leaning people still do it. Right-leaning people still put me in a box or attempt to put me in a box. And, like, I don't know.
Everybody puts each other into a box. It's like, ultimately, like, people, if you don't agree with them, they don't want you in their group. And they'll try to ostracize you in one way or another because you don't fit, like, their criteria for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. I mean, it's just funny because, like, I legitimately have trans people that are probably more left-leaning than right-leaning that follow me and we talk. They are, and I don't consider a lot of internet people to be friends, but, like, I would consider some of those people, like, worth talking to about things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fair, honestly.
Leftist Akko, I hate you. Right wing, you make me vomit. Yeah, that's about it for some of them.
Hey, yo.
Anyway.
Promise you, if you want to actually figure yourself out, start breaking free from that, I will be there. I think you have a lot of, you know, making up and, you know.
Here's the other thing that bothers me is you say, oh, I'll be here for you. Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, it's not even just that. It's just like, I don't believe that, like, here's the other thing that bothers me is the left, and to some minor extent, I feel like the right kind of has this issue too, but you don't believe in growth and reflection unless it's people that you personally vet and enjoy. And I don't believe that if I like forsook all my values, decided to start hating everything and dramatically move one way to the other, I don't believe that would like nobody's going to welcome me back. Everybody's just going to look at me as the bigot who decided to have 1 or 2 or 3 wrong opinions that is worth canceling over. It's just like, I'm not going to fall for that idea.
MommaOcco.
Super Iron Bobson $5 for more hats. No one puts MommaOcco in the corner, box.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just like, I don't believe, like, I mean, like, maybe I could take you at your word and just say that maybe you specifically will, quote unquote, forgive me. But like, I don't know, to say that you cannot just say, oh, there's a space for you if you just work for it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And here's the thing. I don't believe it on the right either. I believe in my side, not any political side. I believe in my side, and my side is good for me. I consider people like Fuentes far right. You're just lefties trying to subvert the chuds.
Oh my gosh. Not Nick Fuentes, please. That's a clown show to have right
You mean
there.
the Mexican the Mexican child leader of the white race that was born in a test tube?
Occo, please. I'm trying not to burst out laughing.
Ah, goodness. Anyway.
Getting a lot of bigotry out of you and starting to be like a more decent person, but I'm there, and I think my community would also welcome you. I know.
I disagree. I disagree that your community would be there.
Because
well, I mean, like, here's the thing. I've already seen like what your community is doing. Your community is trying to do the whole egg thing. Here, do you want me to like see if I can find some? Do we want to go through your comments? I was thinking about my comments, but I haven't had a lot of comments in mine. I've had a few, but some of them are getting to the point where YouTube censored them, and if YouTube censored them, I'm not going to let them through. But like, do we want to read some of your comments? One of the funniest ones is literally here. Like, one of the funniest is literally Occo redemption arc. The redemption arc is literally throwing away all of my friends who literally have sacrificed tooth and nail for me. Okay, they have sacrificed so much shit for me, especially after what happened in September. You want me to throw that all away because you think that like I am going to wake up the next day and be okay with the fact that I want to get rid of my junk and replace it with something else?
And my question is like, if they were actually there for you, why are they not actually there for you now and arguing with you, right? Seems pretty disingenuous.
I mean, it's just like, I'm here for you when you decide to change your mind. It's just like, I know what that mentality is, because it's just like, they're trying to act like a concerned parent. It's just like, oh, I'm just concerned for you. I just want what's best for you. And it's just like, I don't think you
mutilate yourself.
I don't think you know what's best for me. I think you know because you're applying your own experiences, and you know, by the same token, I guess I'm applying my experiences on you. So maybe, like, you know, fair enough, I guess, but like trying to say that like being trans would fix all my problems. I'd be like, what problems am I facing right now that need to be fixed? Well, again, I feel like maybe it was unfair to say me grappling with God. It's unfair to say that me grappling with God is me still having issues with gender dysphoria, because it's not. It's me having temptation, and that temptation comes around in multiple different ways. So
and you might not be like actively dealing with that, but like you said, those temptations could be trying to pull you back into that mindset, right? Into that part of your life that you have been able to move forward from.
Yeah.
And that happened. So, I mean, some grace would be appreciated, and he's not really giving you grace.
And I've kind of danced around it a bit, but most of those temptations end up leaving me. And I'm trying to speak in code when the man has a man moment. Okay. And I know what most of those temptations are. So I do feel like, for the most part, when I was young, I definitely had some form of dysphoria. Today, it would not be dysphoria. It would be full blown out AGP. It would not be the same. Okay. I believe that today it is definitely like, it would definitely not just be the issue it is. So I feel like you're asking me to to jump into something that at the end of the day it would literally the sexual
your
the
life.
sexual gratification of it would literally disappear in an instant, and then I would be depressed for the rest of my life. Because that's what happens to most AGP males, is they chop off their dick and then the sexual tension is gone.
Oh my
God. My apologies if that sounds too much, but like that's how it is. That's it. Once the guy gets rid of literally the mind that is telling him that he finds something sexy, it's gone in an instant, and you're depressed forever.
Yeah, and that I just honestly, I'm not a guy, but like thinking about it, right? That sounds painful, and it kills your sex drive, right? Because guys they function off testosterone, right? Like most
they do function off testosterone, and when you chop off your bits, it gets rid of that drive. So like, you're asking me to forsake my natural instincts because you think that it will fix something that is no longer an issue now. And if I had done that, it would break me.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Nyara admit to being bullied when they were a kid and start to hate themselves and want to change to someone they thought others would like? Or am I misremembering? I don't feel like that is a complete, like, accurate retelling. I do know that they had a lot of issues with themselves. And so it really is anybody's guess as to where those issues came from. Maybe if I was a little bit more coy or a little bit more chill with the situation, there is a chance that maybe a deeper conversation about that could happen. I don't know if that is the case anymore, and I don't feel like it would be worth having that conversation because of the kind of individual that they've made themselves, because of how they've decided to conduct themselves. I think any good faith conversation with a trans individual about that kind of stuff can't happen with them. It just can't. Because even though I would be down to have that, nobody would like. A lot of people would get upset if I decided to extend that olive branch to somebody that doesn't deserve it. Because I don't think he does deserve it. I think there are other trans people I could interact with and talk to about this that would be more fit and probably have more nuance on the situation.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of like you see his attitude and how he's coming at it. Like, it's better to kind of like move on. I think you had told me like maybe a month or two back to kind of just like let it go. And honestly, I did. I see him around, and I might reply once in a blue moon, but
to what?
At this point, like not interacting with Nyara kind of like anymore, because not gonna get a good faith conversation right now, like out of Nyara. So.
Well, I don't.
Or maybe with someone else.
I don't even really interact with them as an individual. I will occasionally, if I see their stuff, I will try my best not to reply, and instead I will just take a picture of it and then give my opinions, because part of that's part of my attempt to not interact with an individual. But like that's a me thing personally. Excuse me. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
You don't have the good environment. You don't have the good genes. You don't have the access to HRT and stuff like that. I know what it feels like to lash out and start being angry at other people, start bullying other people in order to, overcompensate. I know what it feels like. You still have me on Discord. You can still DM me. I don't think that, like, you have to live like this. But the more...
And that is true. I do still have them added on Discord, because I don't remove people. I made that rule a long time ago when it came to drama, because I believe that gives a vector for people to attack me back. So I don't remove people. Nyara will be the one to remove me if they really want to. What's interesting is they say all this like, oh, you can reach out to me. And maybe the argument could be made that they don't want to reach out to me themselves. But like, Nyara, you can... It's a two-way street, my man. If you want to talk to me, you can. All right? I don't leak DMs. But like, I don't really know what would come from a conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what you guys would even really like talk about at this point. I'm not saying that they're gonna apologize, and maybe there doesn't need to be an apology. I don't know, but I doubt that would happen anytime soon.
I mean, I'm 100% willing to say that, like, the comment I made about alogging, yeah, I think that was too much. I'll even tell you that Mizu was like, broski, why the fuck do you have to say shit like that?
Wait, what's that?
Alogging is when you, and I did say this as a joke. I said it as a joke. However, I need to take the fact that most people will not take a joke as a joke. But alogging is basically like obsessing over somebody to the point where you become just as bad as they are. A good example is the origin of the name is there was a guy named Anthony Legato that obsessed over Chris Chan to the point where
Jester / octopus mommy MILF avatar.
Harbinger tipped octopus mommy MILF £9.99.
Thank you.
I know it's a serious discussion, but do you think that those who've chopped it off ever get phantom pain?
I think they
Also,
probably
Myra's
do.
German accent makes me think they're gonna burst into the coincidence song. Smiley face emoji.
I appreciate that. They probably do. I've not talked to anybody, so I can't really
comment on
say, but there always is a possibility. There always is definitely a possibility. I was on a thought. Anthony Legato is a guy that obsessed over Chris Chan to the point where he himself became a lolcow, and it is mostly a Chris Chan, or not a Kiwi Farms based thing, where if you obsess over somebody to the point where you become a lolcow yourself, they say that you're alogging. So I said that. I said it as a joke. Bad joke. I will agree. Bad joke. 100%.
Yeah.
All right. I apologize for that because it goes against my own standards for sure. All right. It was a joke. Bad joke. But that's what an alog is. Because I don't want to... I legitimately don't want to obsess over somebody to the point where, like, I become, like, that bad. Because I don't care, like, legitimately. And I say this multiple times. The moment I turn off the computer and do my normal life, I do not think about Nyara or any of the other people I talk about. They are considered like a topic of the now. The moment I get off the screen, the only people that I think about, I go back to my life and I go back to my friends, and that's it. So...
That's how it should be, I think.
And it's unfair to me. It was unfair to me to have said that. If I can remember correctly, it was very spurious of the moment and dumb, and not dumb, but it was like very spurious of the moment and me trying to get a reaction probably. And I'm trying not to do that because it takes away from the message that I try to have. That is an interesting looking boss there. But like,
I was gonna say,
yeah, I'll give you that. I was wrong of me to say it, so.
I mean, the fact that you like owned up to it is pretty cool, pretty respectable. You're right. It can definitely, like, when you is ad hominem the word I'm using?
Ad hominems is probably.
Yeah, like, and I'm not saying that you're doing this like right now, but usually, well, you just admitted to having a moment like that. You know, it definitely, like, you can say all the right things in the moment you resort to that, you know, detracts from the message that you're trying to like send. But who knows, maybe Nyara sees this apology, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. We're almost halfway through.
Start being angry at me and cater towards these bigots who do not respect you because in their eyes you're a freak. You're a man cosplaying as a woman, but they...
I disagree. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you're talking about my friends. What's boss's name? Gygus. I don't know if you're talking about my friends or if you are talking about specific individual. I know that, like, I am not going to be like Ben Shapiro's best friend. That's not what I'm aiming for. I'm not advocating for political change because and I'm not going to say that you need to watch all my content, but Nyara, if you watched my content, you might notice that I don't always go with the grain when it comes to even Republicans. I mean, like, I feel like some people will definitely agree that I'm willing to ask questions on both sides of the political spectrum because that's what you should do if you are a person that wants to see both sides, is to recognize that both... Okay, that was pretty fast. Is to see that both sides kind of suck just a little bit. And I'm sorry to say that for anybody that is here, but both sides do kind of suck just a little bit. So projecting he is... I don't know. But it's just like... I can here. Do you want me to like dismantle your argument really quickly? Mizu used to be trans. He lives his life as a femboy now. I don't think he looks at me as a freak. All right. Yeah, Mizu like was on. I don't want to get into specifics because it's not really my thing to tell. But Mizu was trans for a while. Lumi, I know she's for a fact bisexual a little bit, and I know that she's had some crazy life adventures herself. I know those two don't see me as a freak. Or if you want me to be a little bit more weirdly pedantic and specific, they do see me as a freak, but they see me as a freak that hangs out with the other freaks. And guess what? They are freaks as well. I'm not looking to be part of the in crowd. I'm looking to be part of my own crowd. And so if like you're getting upset that like I feel like the audience I'm courting isn't people. I'm not looking for like a Republican audience if that's what you think I'm trying to court. That's not what I'm trying to court. I'm trying to court like an audience that is deep thinkers.
Yeah, who vibe more with like what you're saying, and maybe they won't agree with everything, but you know they can get the nuance and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like I don't know who you're excuse me. My brain is like stuck right now. I don't know who you're pointing out that is like an issue for me, because like all of the friends I've surrounded myself with, and I'm not talking like random people that you add on Discord. I'm talking friends, like people I count on less than 2 hands here. All right. Those are the people that I actually care about the opinions of. Okay. Some audiences are going to come and go. People are going to agree with me, disagree with me, and that's fine. I don't care about the people that are going to transition and transition out. Maybe they come in here to get my opinion on one thing and then they go out. I fully and wholeheartedly believe that. Those aren't the people that I am courting or interested in courting as like a lifelong friend. The people that I'm courting accept me for who I am. And I also know for a fact that if I decided tomorrow to magically change my gender, that both of my friends would still love me exactly for who I am. Especially Mizu and Lumi. Temp might make fun of me, but that's okay. He's allowed to make fun of me. I'll make fun of him for being fat. Anyway. I don't know who you're talking about. So
Still throw
Occo,
money
you're
at
the
you and
most
support
vanilla
you
out of the 3 of
because
you. That's crazy.
hate the right people. The reason why I act
yeah, you hang out for Mizu and Lumi for any point in time, you're going to come back and tell me that I'm the most normal.
actually wanted to talk to you on stream was to maybe show you that you and I are not that much different. I just woke up sooner. Let's see what Kat sent me.
I definitely agree that we're not that much different. We are one life choice, one or two or multiple life choices different than each other. That's the difference. Mm-hmm. I definitely think that like we share a lot of similar life experiences. It's just I can't really. Oh well, there we go. I just think that there are issues, personal issues that we probably can't like fix out of each other. I think the life ruination is one of the biggest reasons why I can't really feel like I'll ever vibe with you as a person, because I can't really be friends with somebody that inflicts life ruination and continues to inflict life ruination or be okay with life ruination. Because at that point, it's just like
be around because you might be next.
Exactly. It's just like if I like that's my thought process. Is I've had people that were like that in my life when I used to do role play, and it's just like I'm not willing to be friends with people that are okay with life ruination because of somebody that they disagree with. And again, I have people that are probably way more left leaning than you probably even recognize. But guess what? They don't. We're not gonna. We're gonna disagree. But I don't know. I feel like I'm starting and stopping really quickly because of how upset it's making me. I apologize for being a little bit more emotional, chat.
No worries. Do you want to take maybe like a deep breath, a quick water break to kind of calm the nerves a bit?
I want to translate my energy into destroying this boss right now.
Oh, you got it. You got it. You got it. Beat him up, Bucko. Do it. Do it.
His name is Gigas, by the way. Thank you for the follow on Kick.
This particular pose. Hey, oh.
Huh?
No, I was no, I don't know why I'm not looking at the Discord stream. I keep forgetting that YouTube is delayed by like a couple seconds.
Oh, fair enough. Take that, Gigas, right in the butt.
From Mama
That's what I
Oka.
was trying to mention.
Mercenaries21 sent $5 for more hats.
I mean, I wish I could
make
just
fun of
burst
me
out
'cause
laughing
I'm
because that's
autistic,
hilarious.
Christian, and conservative. I'm a real mixed bag of nuts here. I like the hope that I'm the fun flavorful.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I think that people tend to separate things. Thank you for meeting the goal, by the way, chat. You all are earning another goal.
Let's go.
I'd like to think that most normal people, which is what I'm interested in emulating, don't care about party lines. It's just there are people that are more interested in party lines because it's easier to associate someone with a party line. Like Nyara is following the example of party lines because it's a simple answer. It's simple to just say, oh, you're just a bigot because you're just a bigot. And it's just like, no, it's a lot more different than that. I feel like I feel like it's a lot more different than that. And I'm sorry that like it can't be seen other than just that. But that's the truth of it is like it's not easy. So
Yeah, and sorry if I'm not supposed to like connect myself at all to this during your stream, but to be called a bigot and I don't hate anyone. Like, yeah, because of my beliefs, I might not agree, but I don't want you to die. If anything, I want you to live, man. Like,
yeah.
if you want to live the way you want to live, I mean, ultimately that's up to you. But disagreeing does not equate to hatred. But they don't see that, and that's what like ticks me off because there's so much like nuance in here, and it's just lost on them, and it's like an easy believism. It's like, if you don't agree with me, I'm just gonna paint you as a villain, right? And it's, I don't know how to word it without like sounding like a jerk. It's really hard.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And chat, I agree. I do need to learn how to parry a little bit more. You can't get stylish QTEs without breaking them. I understand. And I do need to get better at pairing. I agree. Anyway, let's continue.
Allegory of the Cave. Plato's Allegory of the Cave is an allegory presented by the Greek philosopher Plato in his work Republic to compare the effect of education and the lack of it in our nature. In the allegory, Plato describes people who have spent their entire lives chained by their necks and ankles in front of an inner wall with a view of the empty outer wall of the cave. Oh, yeah, okay, I know that. I know that one, okay. They observe the shadows projected onto the outer wall by objects carried behind the inner wall, by people who are invisible to the chained prisoners, and who walk along the inner wall with a fire behind them, creating the shadows on the inner wall in front of the prisoners. The sign bearers pronounce the names of the objects, the sounds of which are reflected near the shadows and are understood by the prisoners as if they were coming from the shadows themselves. Only the shadows and sounds are the prisoners' reality, which are not accurate representations of the real world. The shadows represent distorted and blurred copies of reality we can perceive through our senses, where the objects under the sun represent the true forms of objects that we can only perceive through reason. 3 higher levels exist: natural science, deductive mathematics, geometry, and logic, and the theory of forms. Socrates explains how the philosopher is like a prisoner freed from the cave and comes to understand that the shadows on the wall are not the direct source of the images seen. The philosopher aims to understand and perceive the higher levels of reality. However, the other inmates of the cave do not even desire to leave that prison, for they know no better life. Here are the prisoners looking at the shadows and stuff. Just join the Discord. Let's go. Getting all the members and turning you all trans, because that is what I'm all about. I just want to turn everybody trans. I want to turn all the boys into girls and all the girls into boys. I'm forcing Occo to be trans. That was like the one thing that was like pushed.
I think it's a joke.
Being like, oh,
I definitely think that is a joke in there. I think it's a joke. It's their kind of joke, but and I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't understand it. But like,
I don't like it either. That's why I'm like, what the heck? I know it's like based on their tone, elevating the pitch. I could tell it's a joke, but it's a very distasteful joke, I think.
Okay. New goal, chat. Pet the yippee again so she doesn't come for you. You gotta pet the yippee to keep her happy.
Feed the yippee. Give it monies.
Yes, pretty much. Ooh. That's brutal right there. Sorry, I forgot to start the video chat.
Nyara, what's
Oh, did I kill
Octo to
it?
be exactly? Like,
Hell
you know,
yeah.
Thought about that you can't forcefully say someone from the cave hits close to home. Yeah. So anyway, in this video, blaming me for my for the amount of tweets that I have. Like, I get it. I tweet a lot. Okay. I get it.
Oh,
I tweet too much.
really?
I
I'm
do.
being caught terminally online. It's my job. The reason why the stocks are.
I
so
would not
good
say
right
that's
now,
not. Listen,
like, when
it's not really a good idea to admit that that tweeting a lot is your like. Very little people can make it off of tweeting. I mean, like I know that like.
Yeah, like even me, I make less than like.
You don't have to say what your money. You don't have to say what money it is, but like I like my point is just like I don't feel like being terminally online is a good idea to admit that you are. So
yeah, it's not good. Like you could be doing so much more with your time, even like if this is your hobby or whatever. You know, there are more things to do in life besides your hobby online.
oh my gosh, somebody's inside that pod right there. We have to save them. They're pod woman.
Just blow up the pod. GG, you saved
Oh my
them.
goodness.
Easy.
I thought you were the more Christian one here.
Why they've always been
Sometimes I'm unhinged.
going up is because I'm getting into drama on Twitter and then I'm turning that into content. Yeah, to be yapping. Yeah, I can use these.
And like I said, chat, I was right. My prediction is right. They are admitting right here that rage bait on the internet is their goal because that's their job now. And maybe I'm a hypocrite for saying this because I cover drama. I personally feel it's a little different. But if all you do is intentionally try to rage bait people, you have to be very consistent and very good at it, or it will just die. Nyara out themselves as a professional V-tweeter? No, because they actually stream. And in order to be a V-tweeter, you can't actually stream. But it's just like, I knew I was right. All they're going to do is feign rage bait all day. Like, I don't believe they're doing it for any actual... I mean, like, maybe they think they're doing it for actual causes, but that's not actually going to help them in the grand scheme of things.
Nope.
On the waifu of the game. She's a little too short for me, but... Also, thank you for the follow. I'm be honest, chat. Eve is classic, and I like her more.
Public figures coming after me as a way to educate other people. Yes, ADHD, you can't blame her for this. Exactly. Your Honor, I just can't stop. Fakes, aka choosing to repress and not act on it, but it's still there. Exactly. That is going to be the point that I'm making. Oh, by the way, thank you for everybody who's joined as a member. You gotta also join the Discord. You should be able to get like the role. If you can't afford the Twitch subscription, because you know it's $5, and I know that like $5 a month is a lot, but if you just want to have like the access as a member, it's 99 cents. That is the lowest I can go.
All well, that's nice. Here, where's the...
Give you anything special.
There it is. That's nice. I encourage all YouTube members to have 99 cents as a tier. So people can have access to, at the very least, emotes. So that's a good idea, in my personal opinion.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Yeah. Nyara still exists. Yes. Nyara will exist infinitum. My thought process was maybe if people ignored that wouldn't happen. I was wrong. I'm willing to admit I was wrong. Nyara's going to exist infinitum until like people that are bigger than them stop giving them attention.
That's what I was thinking by now, like that would have happened.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
On Twitch, you at least get like ad-free experience and all the emojis and stuff. Ah!
Nyara has crazy Twitter clout.
Nyara has crazy Twitter clout. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I would cut that out, but that...
Occo with she, her pronouns. When I first discovered them, I thought they were trans. I asked Occo and... Judge me by my enemies. Thank
you for becoming a member.
With the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it.
I would cut this out personally, but that's me.
They prefer, and they said any, so I just switched it around. But I think once they started using they instead of she, Occo just started calling me by they, them as well, which is kind of funny. Because I think maybe you prefer she, her pronouns. But, you know, you told me that it doesn't matter to you.
I don't care.
Then why the massive trans
unironically, where's the pause button? Unironically, I don't care. I have some people that still call me she because of the model, and I have a lot of friends that are gonna call me he now, especially because like I openly tell people that I almost said identify, and I feel like I would throw up if I were the case. I am a Babaniku, which so I don't care, you know. It's one of those things where I don't care. I'm not really gonna like either which way or care. Are those Tectone alerts? They are. I mean, like, if Tectone said my name, I would probably use that as an alert as well, chat. Just saying, because it would be funny. And that's not even like I wouldn't even have a nitpick about that. That's just kind of funny. Anyway.
Nyara is the dark side Phil of VTubers? What's a dark side Phil?
You don't know who DSP is? Oh no. Oh no, chat. I have to teach you a lot of stuff. And DSP is one of them. We'll thank you for the 2, chat. We'll teach you. He's another lolcow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I don't think it's fair to call them a DSP, chat, personally. I don't feel like it's comparable, but that's just me, personally. Anyway.
Occo refers to themselves as an wow, okay. As an AGP male. Every man wants to be a woman to be sexualized by other men, right? No, it's silly, but I wouldn't trust that person simply for the cop outfit on the autism creature. Occo said that autistic people are broken and need to be fixed.
To some extent, yes. I think that some autistic people need to like have some form of therapy. Again, it goes back to I apologize for the shitty way that I explained it. Here's the right way to say it. I believe that a lot of people should be in therapy or should have some form of mental or physical help given to them. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong.
Overture Saint sent $5.
Thank you for the 5.
Hats. Please don't teach her about CWC. Keep her pure.
I mean, if she really doesn't want to, I won't teach her. DSP is vile. Yes.
I mean, like, just general stuff would be like good, I think, because I don't get a lot of these references that like people are throwing around.
That's fair. Shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. No, I'm sorry for getting it right. I am only apologizing because I agree. It was bitch made of me to just call somebody broken when instead I should say they need to be in therapy. They need extensive mental and physical help. And why do I say that? Because I think, and I do believe that I need some of that to my extent myself. I kind of do wish that I could have some more continuing therapy for some of the other issues in my life that aren't related to that. But, you know, it is what it is. When I have the means and ability to do so, I will be taking care of it.
I mean, when you think about it, like a lot of people are, even if you don't have like autism or ADHD, like how many people are like depressed now, like compared to maybe like even
a lot,
I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, right?
There's a lot of men that need some forms of therapy as well, because a lot of men don't know how to handle the society of today that they've been given. Ooh, what's this? Are these DLC things?
You're absolutely right about that.
These are DLC things. Ooh, heck yeah.
The ADHD has kicked in to Occo's brain.
I probably have some form of ADHD as well, because autistic people, you know that some people are trying to push autism and ADHD into the same camp.
That's wild.
Well, I mean, like if it does happen,
I have ADHD and I don't got the tism.
Okay, so now we can dress up now. Because while I don't believe in wanting to be a woman, I'd still have a fun time dressing up a woman into clothes that I think that would be cool for them. I mean, like, if I get a woman, when I get a woman IRL, I'm not going to tell her what she wants to wear. I mean, I can infer it based off of birthdays and shit, but like, anyway, I like that outfit. That's a nice looking outfit there. And she can wear glass. Oh my gosh, they literally did make this game for every man.
Bayonetta?
Dude. Oh, you like Bayonetta?
I think she's cool.
Have you played the games?
No, but I think she's cool. She's badass. You know, maybe that's another word I want to use. You know, I think I keep seeing that picture where she's like with the guy and they have like kids.
Yes.
And people were like getting really mad about that. That's what I remember.
They got really upset because she was, because like a lot of people think that, and I do believe that she is probably bisexual based off of how she acts towards women and men. But that's just kind of the universe that Bayonetta comes from, because it's not like traditional Earth. It's like a weird other Earth, basically. But yeah, people were upset because she was pictured with a man in the final of game 3, which I still need to finish in my personal opinion. No, Bayonetta is one of those fun games, but here's the thing with Bayonetta. They literally have a setting in the 3rd game that's like supposed to censor things for people that don't want to see her being femme fatale, is probably the nicest way of saying it. Extreme femme fatale. Like one of her combo moves is literally to strangle somebody with her thighs. Granted, you're strangling demons and weird versions of angels. Listen, all I'm going to tell you is if you picked up Bayonetta, you might come screaming at me. Anyway, let's continue. We're halfway through this now.
Just like intersex people. So you all males wish they were born female? No, but that's someone who has gender dysphoria and doesn't want to like admit that they are trans. And
oh, now you're just armchair diagnosing me with dysphoria. Okay.
That's
wild
to me, bro.
That transitioning is, trying to use as a coping mechanism.
One thing that I do need to bring up.
Here we go.
Why I think that Nyara is so pro-trans the kids. Some people think it's grooming. I'm not really, I am very hesitant to call things on that because, one, I don't want to get sued. Well, they're in Germany, but I don't want to get sued.
It's kind of funny that you wanted Kish to sue me.
This is, in my personal opinion, why Nyara won. Yeah. Fair enough. But I do think that, if you were in America, I do think Kirsch should sue you because, in a way, you did take away personal opportunities from her. Yeah, I think that she has more grounds to sue you. But again, that's why I'm careful with my words, because I don't want the potential for somebody to sue me with what I want a complete idiot that doesn't know the law to sue me so that I can, I don't want to get sued. I want to make it known right now. I don't want to get sued. But I don't want somebody to sue me for a legitimate reason. I want somebody to sue me for a bullshit reason that I can clap back in court and say that they're wrong. Which is why I'm careful with my words. Because I don't want to give the wrong person the opportunity, if that makes sense.
Mercenarix21 sent $5 for more hats. I want Bayonetta, Stellar Blade, and Neratom crossover. Just imagine what she could do with the monster. But then I want her in Darkstalkers, Morgian.
Gosh.
You can tell that was a man that sent that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Was definitely a man.
Well, listen, there's some women that really like all of those female characters as well. There's some women that really do. And it's not even for the sex appeal. It's just they enjoy maybe even seeing themselves as like that as well.
MommaOcco.
Oh my goodness, another one.
Send $5 for more hats.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes. Bayonetta. The original Eve but got grandfathered in by lefties because of their fantasy gay romance with her rival. They hated her BTW. Yeah,
that was another funny story because a lot of people hated Bayonetta because they thought she was gooner bait, but then later down the line when they felt they could use her as a lesbian icon, they tried to retcon their hatred of her, and it's just we all remember, chat.
I remember there was no war in Bossing State. No, can I just
yeah. Anyway, wants to do that. Also, I've seen some people make the Klaus joke from American Dad. It's kind of funny. I don't watch American Dad, so I don't really get it. But I kind of see the joke. It's an iffy joke on my end, but you know what? I'm not the funniest person in the room, so you're allowed to think that my agreements or disagreements on it doesn't really matter. But it's whatever. Anyway, let's go ahead and listen to this here. Go ahead.
I got late into puberty,
okay,
and I had therefore more feminine voice.
Okay. This is some weird Inception right now.
Kind of started stressing out over it, and I was like, well, I don't want to be bullied. I don't want to be different. Not be trans and still suffer with gender dysphoria. Yeah, I mean, cis people can have gender dysphoria as well. That's why a lot of the surgeries are performed on cis people, etc. Oh, it's apparently wrong for me to be a girl because people use it as an insult. So I'm just going to hide who I am, and I'm going to pretend that I'm...
I would like to say, chat, there is a deal of sympathy that I can hear, or that I can feel, for Nyara, because they are very perfectly illustrating that they had a childhood. a very childhood, where they had parents that didn't care or bullied them. And I think they even mentioned that, where they were bullied for their confusion. And I understand that confusion, because again, as somebody who had gender dysphoria and went to therapy, I understand that confusion. I get that. 100% I get that. Because
he trying to basically say he doesn't believe you?
Hormonal, you don't understand the world is
I think so, yeah.
going around with you. You've got all these weird things that you're trying to work out. I can understand that. However, where me and Nyara differ is, instead of having parents that it sounds like didn't really care, I had parents that had the gumption to take me to therapy. And we had to talk about why I felt like this, why I was going through this, why all these things were going through my head. And so I had in my personal opinion, direct opposite of Nyara, where Nyara had parents that it sounds like did not help them. I had parents that looked at me and said, I want to help you. I want to make sure that you know where you're going.
Just like my brother, for example.
Okay.
And that obviously didn't work. Okay, I'm just going to like play out this part here, because I'm going to make like a point, but keep in mind, Occo said they suffered from gender dysphoria. Their parents took Occo to therapy. They worked out why they felt this way. Okay, just keep that in mind. Disassociate and make me feel numb.
Did you ever talk to anybody about this? Again, mixture of my own puberty and the fact that I had parents that were warring with each other over child visitation, and that affected me on a, like, I don't think people understand just how much, like, children being in the middle of a divorce fucks with their brains. I mean, I'm probably still not, like, fixed completely over it, but, like, it fucked with my brain, and it made me think that I wasn't enough for both of them, or at the very least my dad, who I don't talk to anymore. So yeah, it's fine. I've long since gotten over it, but it's just like, yeah, a lot of that stuff had to be worked through for me to figure out why I felt that way. And it's just like, to say that I still have gender dysphoria is to say that I still have those thoughts of insecurity or like insecurity about myself, about my body, or like thinking that I'm not loved. And it's just like, it really doesn't matter if my dad loves me or not, because like, he's not in my life anymore. I really could give less of a shit if he actually likes me the way I am. Because I mean, like, one thing I don't really talk about is how he didn't even really believe I was autistic. He just thought my mom was lying, because he doesn't like my mom. And he felt like anything my mom said was wrong. So it's just like, oh, obviously he doesn't have autism. And that plays on you. Because it's just like when you're a kid and your mom tells you you're not broken, but you've got some things going on that we can fix and or like work through so that you don't feel weird. Or because when you're a little kid and someone tells you you're different, you do feel broken on the inside and you do feel like something is different. But like
because you want to fit in, yeah.
But like when mom says, this is your condition, we're taking it seriously because we want you to succeed. And then your dad says, oh, your mom is just lying to get attention, or your mom is wrong. And it's just like, yeah, I'm going to feel like real shitty because I don't feel like my dad takes me seriously. I don't feel like I fit in, or I don't feel like my dad likes me. And maybe if I changed how I was, maybe my dad would like me. That's the logical leaps that my brain went to. And you're saying that I should go back to those logical leaps? You're saying that I should allow my brain to go back to that place? I mean, like, I'm not going to hold it against them because they didn't know. But like, legitimately, are you asking me to go back to that place where my brain legitimately like worried about like the approval of family members to the point where I take drastic measures? I like legitimately asking in good faith here. Is that really what you think I should do? I'm not going to, but is that what you want me to do?
No, I couldn't. I didn't have anyone that I could trust because like my parents bullied me for it too. My brother bullied me for it too.
Okay.
And I looked online. You know,
this is where a very critical mistake was made. And again, I can not excuse, but have sympathy for the fact that Nyara didn't have a person to turn to in real life. Okay? Because they were pushed away by the people that they were supposed to depend on for a voice to talk through these things. Like no cap, legitimately, if Nyara had people to talk to, I don't think they would be trans today.
It's not how it works.
I think that if Nyara had parents that cared and took them to therapy, they probably wouldn't be trans today.
No, I would have transitioned sooner. If my parents cared, took me to therapy, to someone who actually knows what they're talking.
I legitimately believe there is something that is not being talked about that is not being or maybe it might not even be something that is discovered with a lot of these situations. And I know this from extensive study. A lot of trans people have something that is very repressed. Maybe it's a memory of something that happened. Maybe they were abused. Maybe they're, again, take myself, for example, where I felt like I was inadequate for love and attention.
Vtuber
And
with the jester / octopus mommy MILF avatar.
I'll reread that later. But it's just like, I felt like I wasn't worth the love and attention that I didn't feel like I was worth it, or I felt like I was not getting enough of it. Which is, again, something that happens with children that like see issues. Okay? So while other people are just going to look and see a broken person, I look at Nyara and say, what fucked you up? And a lot of people are going to say that they don't deserve that good faith, or they don't deserve that. And, you know, maybe they're right. Maybe there's too much Christian in me, or maybe there's too much of the me
If you don't mind me
yeah, go ahead.
interjecting, I think that's a great thing, because what Nyara is lacking is love, and sure, they're probably rejecting it here, like, you know, in your own way, because you understand more or less what they're going through. You know, you're able to provide that perspective, but they're not listening because, you know, like you said, they could have something repressed and we don't know what it is. So.
But like, it shows me that there is something missing, because I do believe that with everybody that suffers with mental illness, which again is what I do believe pretty much all transgenderism is for these people, there is something lacking that forces them to want to make a drastic change like that. And not everybody's going to have the same answer. I don't believe everybody's got sucky parents, or I don't believe everybody had divorced parents like I do. But there is something that either they don't recognize or they don't see or whatever. But if it was seen and talked through and heard, I do believe that. Because I do believe that you can walk through a lot of people's issues. Maybe not everybody can walk through them in this life, but I do believe that there is something fundamentally lacking. There's a piece of information that I don't have, or maybe not Nyara doesn't even have, that would lead to the answer of why things are the way they are. I genuinely believe that. So.
Yeah.
Blue one cometh. Am I getting raided right now?
Oh.
Am I? I have no idea. Thank you for the raid, Mizu. You appreciate it. But no, it's just like a lot of that. I don't want to paint broad strokes, so maybe not all of it is the right word, but a lot of that can be solved in figuring out what put you on that mind track. So whatever it is for Nyara. Oh, go ahead.
From MommaOcco.
Well, that's if they'd even be open to, you know, doing that, but by the looks of it, I highly doubt it, but I think you're definitely on the right track, like when I listen to all of this, and I just keep noticing that, like, there are parts where he's choking a little bit, not like really a choking, but like you can hear the pain behind his voice. I can hear it. It's really sad. It's
because I know that there is pain in there that is being suffered through. And I don't think that he is ready to confront that. Again, maybe that's not confronted in this life. It's not for me to decide. But it's very gay of me to say that, like, it literally goes the other way. But if ever you're ready to confront that...
I just think it's caring and loving. I don't think it gay, but
I know, but that's like that's the silly little thing that I say. But like, legitimately, if you're ready to confront that, ever, oh, for fuck's sake! Like, legitimately,
you kill me.
Legitimately, I'll talk about it with you. I'm not like a professional, but you can talk about it with me.
But you have experience. You have a perspective that maybe they need, I think, to hear.
I know a lot of like aversion is the aversion right now is fueled by hate, but I don't I'm willing to listen. Mega gay? Exactly.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, this thing that we picked up in the very first chapter of the game is being used in like the third chapter of the game. Anyway, but yeah, it's legitimately, I do believe a lot of that, and I was very surface level in what I said there, but I will still echo what I said now. A lot of it would be solved if you got to the root cause of why you suffered from that. So, anyway.
About, I would have transitioned sooner.
I think that they would have ended up just like me.
I was like you, but for me that wasn't a life, and I don't know if what you're going through, you know, off screen is just as bad as what I was dealing with, but I can empathize with you because I used to be there.
I'm a little weird. Sometimes I like lay in bed at night and have to struggle with God a little bit about myself and liking myself.
If you had gender dysphoria, you went to therapy, and you worked through it, and now you lay in bed at night and you have your battles with God because you struggle with liking yourself. I don't think.
Again, it's not even really just that, and I do think I said it wrong there, but it's literally just temptation. It's temptation. And if you're not religious, fair enough. Call it intrusive thoughts or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, sometimes I have low self-esteem about myself. So does every guy. I'll tell you right now.
Everybody does, man.
I met dudes on my mission that were in their mid to late 20s that still have self-esteem issues, and they were way more jacks than I was. I met a guy who literally tries to dress like Clark Kent every single day. I think he could have worn contacts, but he chose to wear glasses so that he could slick his hair back and look like Superman. But I know that he still struggled with a lot of different stuff in his life and a lot of self-confidence issues. Doesn't mean he's trans. It just means that like he's a normal dude, and it's just like that's me as well. Yeah, I lay in bed sometimes and struggle with the fact that like I'm not exactly in the spot I want to be. I struggle with the fact that my body itself is broken a little bit. I can't eat the food that I see everybody else eat, you know. And sometimes I struggle with self-images, and then sometimes I get temptation. So. That shouldn't be solved. That shouldn't be solved with HRT and therapy. Well, it's solved with therapy, but not HRT. Is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
So,
I agree.
Next time, say no homo. Yes. Is he excited for the Superman film? I don't know. I haven't talked to him since I was on a mission. That's the sad thing is when you leave the mission, unless you're like really good friends with a lot of these guys, they just forget your existence. And I know I was one of the weirdest ones there because all the guys that were missionaries. They were there to baptize people. I was there to convert people. And there's a difference. And you should think about the difference there, chat. Because there's a difference between baptizing somebody and converting somebody.
Converting's hard.
Typically, conversion is not something that you do. It's not even something you should try to do. It's between them and God, and you are just a vehicle for it. Anyway.
You overcame this. I think what actually happened is that your parents and the therapist were starting to gaslight you into believing that this is just a phase.
Oh my
just
goodness.
because you're hormonal. Everybody is confused sometimes.
No, you know what? Okay, maybe this is too much. Maybe not. I don't know. You want to know what the therapist and I figured out? Therapist and I figured I was a normal teenager that wanted to touch a pair of tits. All right? All right? I mean, like, that's as hyperbolic as it's going to get. But, like, legitimately... he and I legitimately, like, we both figured out, like, you know, I'm just a horny teenager. I have some self-confidence issues. I want to touch a pair of tits. That's it. I was like one of the revelations that we had.
Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah, like when you're a teenager, I mean, even in your early 20s, I mean, procreation, I mean, it's a thing.
And that's it'll continue throughout your entire life, the idea. Did I ever achieve that goal, chat? That is between me and God and not you.
Oh my
What the hell is that thing next to you? That's a Christian.
I'm a gremlin. That's what I am. I can't say Latinx. Your chat's gonna get mad at me. I'm a Latina gremlin woman.
Isn't therapy professional gaslighting? No. Good therapy is getting to the core of you and figuring out you and talking you through you. And it really kind of depends on the therapist, I guess. I mean, that's why I took courses as a life coach, because I'm not there to suggest pills or help people with doctors. I'm there to talk people through themselves.
You ever notice that like they want to go to the pills like more often than not?
Sometimes they do,
money?
yeah. Sometimes they do, yeah. Grabbing boobs is an ultimate antidepressant. A meme told me so. This is true. This is true. This is true. I mean, like, memes are pretty accurate, though. Do it, obviously, with the consent of the person that you want to grab, all right? Obviously. Probably should be their partner first. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Let's continue. We've got about 15 more minutes, and I'm willing to give this about 2 more hours.
Everybody is like struggling sometimes. But when I was your age, I didn't know who I was either. These people that you trusted, still do, didn't want you to actually be yourself. So they would literally...
As an outright lie. All right? My mom was a very heavily Mormon. Definitely very heavily Mormon. However... even back then, she told me if that's the road I wanted to walk down, I had to wait till I was an adult, but she wouldn't care, and she would still love me all the same. All right? When when she thought I was gay, because like there was genuinely a moment where she like called me and she's like, "Are you gay?" And I'm like, "No," but she's and she was like, "You know, you can be honest with me, and if you are, I'm not going to hate you, and I'm not going to think you're a horrible person, and I am going to still respect you." Because part of being a good Christian is still loving somebody. So, like, even if, all right, even if it happened, she'd still love me the exact same way. She just wanted to make sure I made an informed decision. And I don't think I could have made an informed decision as a teenager.
Just manipulating you into believing that what you're struggling with is normal, and that you had gender dysphoria and now you overcame it, because everybody who has gender dysphoria just needs like a little bit of a push. You just don't have to give into the temptation of transitioning. The difference is, I was fed up with it. I put in all the steps required to start HRT, and it took me 3 years. It was a really difficult battle. And I started HRT, and it was a really difficult battle, to the point where I was like, I don't know if this is like the right path for me. I had to fight with my endocrinologist because they gave me the wrong prescription, or like the wrong dosage.
You should probably sue your doctor then.
Really shitty, to the point where I was like, oh, I
Medical
just need like
malpractice.
antidepressants now. Just need to medicate more. But in reality, I just needed to up the dosage. And then I had bottom surgery 3 years later. Now I'm 28, turning 29 soon. And I don't lie in bed at night wishing I would wake up as a girl. Because when I go outside and I dress up a little bit more feminine...
Again, I don't either. I have temptations. So, and again, I'm not going to harp on that because I do think that maybe I mischaracterized that wrong. But yeah, I don't either. You know what I dream about, Yara? I dream about my future partner and what I want to see in them. Hell yeah. Because that's what single young adult men should be thinking about, is how they can get ready for that experience in their life. So, yeah.
I get genders correctly.
Nothing else I can say about that.
Into the mirror, I actually see myself. Even if I still have flaws, even if there are still things that I'm insecure about, even if I wish I would have started sooner, even if I wish I was just a cis woman sometimes, I am so much happier being myself. And sometimes the dysphoria, you know, still hits, especially when it comes to like voice dysphoria. There's still like aspects that trigger it. But like, honestly, these phases, these downs that I have are no longer the norm. They're no longer constantly there. And if you compare my content, like from now to, I don't know, a year ago before my bottom surgery, you're going to realize that I have so much more energy and I'm so much more happier. I still have a long way to go. HRT wasn't flipping the switch. It was still like a process. When I was 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, I thought that like I'm not going to make it till 30. If I'm going to suffer for so many years, I'm going to end it. That's going to be my cutoff date.
I'm glad you didn't.
Like, I'm fed up with this. I have to do something about it. And that is where you and me differ. And you're going to find any way to deflect. You're going to find any way to cope. I can't.
So he's been deflecting and coping this entire time. What?
I think the unfortunate truth is that like it's gonna be an endless back and forth of thinking one side's deflecting over the other, and And there really isn't a good conversation to be had in that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't got nothing for that. I guess maybe I'm too autistic to not see the point there, but like I just legitimately don't see myself as unhappy. I mean, I'm definitely a little unhappy, and that's because I'm not married right now. That's like a working towards it goal, though. That's not like I'm a depressed every single day. That's how can I get myself into this position where I am ready for the person when they come.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to look at it, honestly.
I don't know. I'm not sure I call someone constantly stirring up drama to put eyes on them as happy. No, I will tell you right now. As a drama creator, it's a little bit different because when you report on drama, obviously there's a different kind of there's a different perspective because when you're not creating drama and you're reporting on it, there's a little bit of dissonance that you can have from it. When you're actively creating the drama all the time, it will tear you down. And I do feel like I see that in them where they are torn down. So
yeah, and I mean the other thing is like if you want to have like integrity, I guess I don't want to say like a journalist per se, but maybe similarities. You kind of have to, like you said, take a different approach.
There's reporting on drama and there's becoming drama. Yeah, and I try not to become drama because it does like tear you down. Really doesn't make you happy. It doesn't make me happy because it gets rough after a while, which is why I just try to be the one to report on it. Anyway.
Prison that you are trapped in. I just hope that you're going to do whatever makes you happy. I just don't think that right now you are. I'm sure it would have been easier to have simply been born as a cis woman in the first place. I wouldn't be the same woman I am. Life has been a struggle, but that struggle and overcoming it made me the woman I am, and I'm proud of
I disagree because you would have a completely different brain, completely different hormones and chromosomes, and you would probably be completely different. I don't know. I mean, like I can't say that as an objective fact. I just don't think that I just don't think it would be exactly the same.
Yeah, on biology alone, like again, what I said earlier about like wearing, being a woman as a costume, like he doesn't understand what it's fully like to be a woman, and he never fully like will be able to because he's not. And I'm not saying that to be like offensive, but again, I feel kind of offended myself as a woman. But
I mean, like you're definitely you're more than welcome to. I think what do you call it? Mansplaining?
Womansplaining?
No, it's just mansplaining. Don't get it twisted. It's mansplaining.
Yeah.
Where a man is trying to tell a woman how to feel, I guess. That's a lot of teddy bears. Holy shit. Any hoosers.
Of making it this far. Yeah, exactly. Like the thing is, if I wouldn't have like these stories, if I wouldn't have this life experience, I couldn't use it as content. I couldn't share my experiences. I couldn't share these stories. I would have had different.
Here's the problem though. You being trans is good content for people that actually need to hear it. I think there needs to be more trans individuals that share genuine experiences. You're not doing that though. You're wrapping drama around into experiences as a trans individual to attempt to gain sympathy and attention. And that's if I was a trans person, I would find that kind of disgusting. Because I don't want somebody to wrap drama around into experiences with being trans. I want somebody to like explain their experiences in a way that works for them. I think that's why a lot of people like Buck Angel, because they are a trans person that actually like talks through shit. And you can't say that you are a quote unquote ally when you wrap around your stories in the guise of trying to get owns on the internet. Because that's what you do, is you are trying to get owns on the internet for some form of vigilantism. And that's only going to take you so far. and it's not going to get you the long-lasting attention that I know that you're looking for.
And it kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? It waters down your point.
It does.
On your side a lot. Yeah.
It does.
Stories that I could share. But honestly, I think the reason why I'm good at what I'm doing is because I had these life experiences and I had to fight really hard to get through this. I just got the email this morning confirming that my first order of estrogen has been shipped. I'm so happy to be here, where I am right now, with a bright outlook for my future from here on. Congrats! Let's go! The thing is, like, it's still a battle. Even if you start transitioning, it's still going to be a battle. But it's a fight that has a good ending eventually. It might happen after, like me, 6 years. It might happen after 3 years. But the thing is, like, the more I did, the more the more progress I saw. Even though it was really difficult to get there, it was still better than just rotting in my room, playing video games, crying myself to sleep, battling with God.
I'm going to say that is definitely part of the problem right there, is that you didn't actually... I don't know what it is, but every single time I hear people tell their stories like this, they are not interacting with society. They're not interacting with real life. And that is another issue as well. That is another thing that I think that people do need to climb out of, because when you are just sitting around, when you are just doing nothing and you're not interacting with real human beings, like, the internet is a great place. Don't get me wrong, chat. I'm not going to say that you, because I like you guys, chat. But like, real human beings are not just as, they are way more important to you having a healthy lifestyle. The fact that you just told me that you spend a lot of your time being depressed in your room all day, it tells me that you don't actually interact with real people. You just interact with an echo chamber that you choose to put yourself into.
You don't grow that way, and I think we kind of talked about it earlier. You stagnate, and sometimes it gets worse.
It does.
Because you're going into this downward spiral. Like, I've experienced it myself too.
Yeah.
That's good.
I don't get the can thing. It's funny though.
I know that, like, if you start to wake up, if you start to break free from the shackles, your content doesn't do well for, like, a progressive audience, like the general VTuber community. But I know with time, you're going to build an environment and a community that actually likes you. You can...
Oh my goodness.
All right, chat, there's 170 of you in here. I know that a lot of you are lurking, and that's fine. However, I do have to ask, do you like me?
I like you, Akko.
It's a very dumb thing to ask, I guess, but it's just like, I imagine there wouldn't be, there was 200 earlier, but I imagine there wouldn't be upwards of 200 people in this chat if you didn't at least engage with my content. I know that there are people that have fake followers and people that, like, hate watch them. But genuinely, chat, are any of you here just because, like, you want to hate on me, or like, I am genuinely curious, so. The heck is this? Are these? Oh, okay.
Wolfsbane is like, you alright?
That's fine. Oh, this woman has a secret story. Oh my goodness. Anyway, like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't like you. That's good to know. It's first time here. If it's your first time, you don't have to make a choice. It's fine. But it's just like, what are you talking about? I'm not like, I don't know if they're trying to say that the people I still don't know who I'm trying to appeal to that hates me. You talk about Kirsch? I don't care what Kirsch thinks. I'm still going to defend her when somebody like you goes against her. Like, that's, I feel like it would be extremely dumb to not do that. That's a principle thing. That's not a whether or not that's not a like thing. But like, I don't know. I just don't understand who I'm appealing to that secretly hates me. I don't know.
The way that I saw it, like, does he not watch your content? Does he not see that you have your CCV, like, and you have people who are, supporting you. Excuse me, it would be different if you had like nobody, like zero, but you don't.
Mm.
So,
Sorry, I just figured out this is where you get the costumes. Cool. But no, I just gotta say no homo. Okay. Like, I don't know who I'm catering to that hates me. I don't make content for people that hate me. I am making content that I love. Me speaking on issues that is important. And again, maybe this is just a grant. Maybe you and I are just a mirror to each other, but like in some weird opposite end. But I legitimately I make what I like. So I think this is a lot of Nyara justifying their internal conflicts, maybe. And maybe you could say that about me. I don't know. Be subjective about it. I'm pandering to the secret third wing political team.
The Akko team, the Takoyaki team.
No, the Yippie team.
Yeah.
The Yippie world order.
Oh goodness, no. Not the Yippie world order.
Oh goodness. I don't know. I guess welcome to tell me. I don't know. You're welcome to tell me.
Use your experience to inspire others. And I think that is something worth pursuing. Go to a therapist, go to an actual expert, someone who knows more about gender dysphoria and trans healthcare and stuff. Work with them and figure out if the life that you're living is actually happiness.
If I feel like, if I actually feel like I legitimately need to do that, sure. But right now, I feel like the only therapy I need is to talk through some other personal things that don't relate to this. Because, and those are personal, obviously, but like, I don't think I need to go to a gender specialist right now. I'm not going to ask my, I'm not going to ask my, my insurance to try and cover something that I don't think I need right now. I mean, maybe if I go talk to a general therapist and the therapist recommends it, maybe, sure. But like, I'm not going to go to that. Oh, that's a cute picture. I'm not going to go to that because I just don't think I need to. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like
I don't think you need that either. Like, like you said, general stuff. I don't know what things you might deal with in your real life, but that stuff builds up pressure. But I don't think you have like a gender problem. I mean, just like anybody else, like normal day stress and, things that you might be bottling up. And that's about it. But
yeah. Yippie Party only slightly better than the Green Party? No, it's worse than the Green Party. The Yippies don't believe in freedom of speech. They believe in Yippie only.
Oh my goodness.
If you go against the Yippie, you die.
I like Yippie. I like Yippies.
Or if you're just used to the numbness. And what really makes me upset is that you listen to these stories that I'm telling, and then you do something like this.
Of to struggle with God a little bit about myself and liking myself, but I don't think they would have been, I don't think they would have gone trans today. I legitimately don't think so. But they had the opposite of what I had, which again makes me feel some sympathy for them, where they had parents and family that did not like or approve of how they felt, and they got bullied for it. And that really sucks. And so where does Nyara turn to? Where do they turn to for their answers? The internet.
This is like 16 years ago.
Okay. So by the way, this was a long time ago. So I understand that the resources back then were probably very vastly different and people were vastly different. But interesting to point out there. 2009, 2008.
Yeah, basically. Like, the research wasn't good on it. And also,
I will say, I don't think the research is still good now. I'm pretty sure coming out now, we have a lot of people saying that the research we have on gender transition with kids, I'm pretty sure we're starting to hear that that's a bad idea.
Yeah, we hear that from the right. Actually, the research is better than the right makes it out to be. They invalidate the research.
Why am I hearing people... See, that's the subjective fallacy is it doesn't matter who says it. because one side is always just going to disagree with the other. And at that point, it's just like, okay, then everybody's wrong. Like, and everybody's wrong. Thank you for meeting the goal, chat, by the way. Appreciate it. We got a little bit longer to go, so I'll make you one more for the night.
Oh, no, it's not that. I'm just frustrated, like, with a lot of the things that he's saying. And I have a lot of praying to do after this. Honestly, just a lot.
There we go. Okay. YouTube, are you gonna let me set the new one? Hold on a moment. Start. There we go. Close. Yeah, I mean, if like you're literally just gonna prove every study that comes out against it because it sounds or looks like it came from a right-wing source, then we're in an infinite loop of disagreement because nobody's gonna agree on either source. So
yeah.
At that point, everybody's wrong. Everybody's wrong. Okay, everybody's wrong.
That's my problem with and you know, even on the right, I'm sure there are these problems. It's like there has to be a standard, there has to be an objective truth. If not, like, society's just gonna go into deeper chaos, man. It's wild.
Yeah, I agree, and I do believe that we should be able to have an objective, like, middle ground. The problem is I don't think either side is really interested in looking for that.
No, they're not.
So
everybody has their own agenda.
Research, and because you're hanging out in the right-wing circles, that is why you believe that the research is bad. Only from right-wing think tanks. Exactly. The medical field, all these major...
I want to let it be known, by the way, I don't like Fox News, CNN, all of those news pundits. I don't pay attention to them. I seek out information on my own and try and use those spots as little as possible. And sometimes, because I have left-leaning people who are also my friends, I ask them for answers as well. And I try to come with the best answer in the middle, or the best answer that fits for me possible. So I'm not going to be able to prove a negative. I really am not, because it's not possible. But I don't hang around these kinds of things.
I think when people make like the claim, like in this case Nyara, the burden of proof would be on Nyara to prove that.
Yeah, but it's just like I don't hang around these kinds of people. I know the kind of people that you choose to hang around because I see how they interact with you, and it's just like these are the kinds of people that sit in your echo chamber. But I don't have that kind of echo chamber. I literally had to tell somebody today, I welcome people in my own area making fun of me if I get something wrong. No Fox News Network chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't watch Kirsch unless like something's going on with her, especially her videos. I'm just not that interested in them. It's not me saying I hate her or not anything. I'm just not interested in them that much. It's not my content. My content is literally I listen to the most anti political stuff possible. It's all new. It's not news. Excuse me. It's all drama. Literally, it's all drama, because drama isn't political. Drama is, well, some of it is, but like the drama I listen to is not political. It's literally just people slap fighting on the internet. Okay, where the hell am I going? Where is this person? Okay, that is where I'm going, I think. Or that's where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going.
Don't ask me. I'm just looking at the pretty lady running around.
Okay, it tells me now. I don't know. Boop.
Organizations say that like the research is actually pretty solid. Not even just like medically transitioning, but like socially transitioning helps a lot. And the reason why trans kids are still struggling with depression, social anxiety, suicidality is because of their environment, of being bullied for who they are. Having people insist that they are just freaks and they're grooming victims. And
Some of
they
them are.
finding really hard to take away trans people's rights. Medically transitioning HRT is not going to fix a shitty environment.
I've started to hear that people are saying that it's a bad idea. I don't have any studies offhand. I've just...
Yeah, because you never have any studies. You never have any resources. I showed you so many resources. Proof.
And I don't agree with them. Sorry, I just don't agree with them. I don't have studies, but I have my own experiences and the experiences of people I talked to. So, sorry, I don't have the resources you want, but like, I have experiences. I mean, like, I know a lot of people are gonna hate me for that, so I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, I'm not gonna include that example. But like. If I did have the examples, you wouldn't agree with me either way. So it's just like, I would much rather go based off of the experiences I've seen and felt from other people than lab tested results or field tested results with people that are seeking very biased results. I'm sorry.
Yep, no matter which way you slice it, it'll never satisfy them.
It doesn't matter if I come with the quote unquote stuff. I don't think it'll ever be enough. So I will arm myself for what I deem necessary. Otherwise, I just don't care.
Proving you wrong, and you dismiss them because it doesn't align with your worldview.
No, it doesn't align with how I feel.
Back in the day when you were struggling,
my experiences,
suffering from gender dysphoria, and you went to therapy. Your Mormon family sent you to therapy, and they bullied you into believing that you're going to grow out of it, and it's a bad idea to transition, gaslighting you, and you don't want to admit that these people were wrong because it would be too painful. Maybe I'm interpreting a little bit too much into. I don't know what your life looks like, but
and by the flip, I don't really know what your life looks like. So maybe it's unfair for me to infer based on you. But as somebody who went through formal training, and based off of what you've told me, I'm just going to infer that there is things that happened in your life that made you the way you are today. And that does make me feel sad. But
yeah, and I think, again, you're trained, and on top of that, you know people around you. So taking all of that, it's not like you're pulling it out of thin air,
Everything's made up and the points don't matter. That's basically where it's at right now. It's just like, I don't feel like any matter of resources that I bring will ever be good enough. So I would much rather just argue based off of experiences. So.
And how you told me earlier, they need to be willing to receive it too. If they're not, then
that's fine. They're allowed to not be willing, and they can do that. I just hurt for how I know that path ends.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you ask what would it take to change your mind. It's not worth it to me. It's not like legit. I liken it to what my mother says about a sibling of mine, where one of my siblings was very clearly in the wrong about something, and my sibling was very clearly stupid and retarded with how they chose to act. And my mom was right, and my mom was obviously in the right. However, when a child chooses evil unintentionally or intentionally, and you push them as much as you can, there is only so much you can do before you just have to let the child be stupid. And they have to learn on their own. And you have to decide how much stock you're going to put into letting yourself be dragged down with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not willing to wage an endless war trying to prove one person wrong about their life experiences when they've spent, according to them, 28 years living in one way of thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. At some points, you just gotta let them live in their filth.
Yep. That's how it is, unfortunately.
I just shot the thing, game. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Don't get one guy. It's not even that. It's just like, at what point you gotta weigh whether and what when it's like it conflicts with you being able to do what you need to do. Like, obviously, it's very fun to sit and argue with people on the internet, but it reaches a point where it's just like, this isn't fun for me anymore, or this isn't like helpful for either side. That's why I pulled away from like the Cameron thing. It's just like, it's not even that it's not interesting. It just didn't help anybody. So I'm not willing to contribute to a situation that doesn't help anybody. So, I mean, like, I'm willing to have I'm willing to talk to Nyara, maybe in a private sense. But like, I don't think it profits us. I think it's very obvious that there is one way of thinking that we both have, and I feel like trying to push one side or the other is untenable. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but
unobtainable is no. I think I get what you're saying.
It just doesn't work. Sometimes you just have to let people sit in their depression, and you hope that they learn that they're wrong so that they can get back to living life in the best way possible.
Yeah. A baseline that isn't where they were before, but some people learn the hard way.
And,
most people really.
And it's always depressing because I don't want that. I don't want Nyara, like, as much as I am upset with what Nyara has chosen to do with their life, where they think that they have to go after other people for this vendetta against their trans siblings. I don't believe that it's fair that they suffer through this, because I genuinely think that they are stuck in a dogma that they learned from a multitude of things, and it's not fair, and obviously I weep over it, but there's a point you just gotta let them walk. Unproductive, sure, we can say that. How much you want to bet on profitably taken out of context? If they take it out of context, it's extremely bad faith, but...
Well, if they do that, then, I mean, it just cements that idea of bad faith. And
I try...
off, like, focusing on other things.
Yeah, and I try not to... I give way too much good faith. I tell people I give way too much.
Welcome to the club.
I know what the limits are to make sure that I don't get hurt. And so, I don't know.
Something I gotta work on, to be honest, is the limit. Like, when is enough enough?
Anyway, we got 8 minutes left.
Stiffy? What's a confusing stiffy?
I'm not going to tell you.
That is just what I'm hearing when you say that you're still battling with God.
Just been hearing a lot of people coming out and saying, by the way, the studies that people saying it did, they lied.
Show the proof. Like, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Where are you getting your information from, and what are they talking about?
Good answers, in my personal opinion.
I'm German, so I was like looking online, typing in German, like, why do I want to wake up as a girl? Why do I cry myself to sleep? Because I've been watching your long form videos on YouTube, and as a commie, I more than support you and your content. Wow, I have a commie fan base.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness, no, please.
I'm glad you're watching my content and support myself. Common tactic is just make fake gestures and appeal to emotion without ever saying anything. Yeah, typical. Want to be a girl. And because there wasn't like education on it, I found like fetish forums.
So
That is the part that pisses me off the most, because now you're interpreting something that I'm not saying in order to make me look bad, or in a way to justify why I transitioned.
Bad key typing, by the way. I don't think a kid really recognizes that when you type those kinds of words in, that is the result you're going to get. But they came to fetish websites. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to understand. Like, legitimately, I've heard way too many stories of kids using bad things that they've seen on the internet to justify these thoughts in their head. So I don't really know what else I'm supposed to think. If you didn't want me to think that, I don't know why you would use it as an example for what taught you this. So I'm sorry if that makes you upset, but like, this is based off of the thought process that I've seen based off of multiple individuals. So yeah. That is Aquaception right there. From that moment on.
I didn't understand what I was seeing. And I basically I was really stressed out that, like, if I talk with someone about that, they're going to be like, yo, some sort of freak.
That's where their education came from. That's where they learned, or where they think they learned. I blame a mixture of bad parenting and them going on the internet way too fucking early.
I hate that you being vulnerable, talking about your experiences turned against you. Yeah, I hate that too.
To find answers.
Because they don't get...
I clicked the button.
Did you accidentally leave?
Yes, I clicked the button. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Nyara, I love it when people take our own experiences and use them against us. I know exactly what you mean.
I really tried not to laugh really loud. Ay.
Oh.
Lord have mercy.
Oh my gosh, I am... I think I need to make something. Give me like 5 minutes, chat. Give me 5 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta make something.
Oh boy.
Don't worry, it's not gonna be bad or anything.
I don't think it's gonna be bad. I'm just curious. All right, chat. In like literally 5 minutes, I've created one of the pinnacles of my time on the internet. Of your VTuber career?
Yes. Are you able to rejoin studio, by the way?
I am trying. It's not. I'm gonna restart it. See if it lets me in. Because it's not letting me in.
All right, chat. Chat, I would like for you to look at my brand new art. It is pot, meat, kettle.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's it. That's it. We are literally shouting in a weird yin. I would hate to call it yin yang. Don't. Ugh. We are literally in a pot meat kettle situation.
Two sides of the same coin, perhaps, maybe.
Neither are black. Chat, don't get mixed in the minutia of the race of pot and kettle.
It's not letting me connect back. Hello? Oh my gosh.
Restart VTube Studio.
Yeah, I tried.
I'll just grab your Fugi for the rest of the night.
Yeah, that might be better, honestly.
You downgraded your gremlin status.
Oh yeah, true. This is the tamed gremlin. Oh well. Unfortunate. I give up. Whew. No, I'm not Catholic. I am non-denom. You know, I should really type and not speak.
There we go. I might be Sicilian. Sure. There you go, chat. I think that's probably one of the funniest things self-realizations ever is like a back and forth circle. I mean, really, this is only the second time that Nyara's taught. I'll be honest, I have made more commentary on Nyara. And truthfully, I was kind of thinking about not making more unless I saw something truly significant, but no, that's legitimately it. We're both basically yelling at each other for the exact same reason. Maybe, excuse me.
It's like two siblings, the older siblings yelling at the younger one, the younger one's yelling at the older one, basically, kind of.
Anyway, let's continue.
The proper message from it.
They found fetish websites when they were 12, and that gave them, that is the basis for in my personal opinion, that is the basis of where they ended up.
That is just so gross. The reason why I am where I am now.
Again, why would I think that based off of the information I got? Sorry. that I'm going based off of the information I got. And maybe you know, if we weren't having the Great Foxu War, there could be a deeper conversation about it, but like I just don't know if that conversation I personally, if that were a conversation to happen, it shouldn't happen online. Because
yeah, it's
I don't know.
Kind of pointless, yeah, at this point. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Learned about these things. I learned that these things existed, these kinks existed, and it didn't resonate with me. It was like, this is gross. I do not want to feminize myself to be seen as lesser than a man because women are inferior, and I just want someone to degrade me like that. The message is that, like, I discovered that. It was the only education that I found. I felt disgusted by it. I was shocked. I didn't know that trans people existed. I didn't know that there was anything, like there wasn't another reason for why I felt this way. And it just doesn't resonate with me. And to take that I learned this, that I didn't learn about trans people, but just about these kings, and use that to say that you only transitioned because you have these kings and you learned about these kings, is incredibly disingenuous and pretty gross.
But again, why am I led to think that? Why am I led to think that? What am I getting that from? I'm basing it off of what I've seen you say, and hey, sorry if that's wrong, but I don't know.
Actually. And if you ban education on trans topics, if you erase trans storylines from children's movies, like Disney does, you're going to have more and more trans kids only learning about fetishes and not that they are actually trans and that they are valid and how they are feeling resonates with a lot of people. They are not alone with these struggles. Because when I thought that, oh, I'm just going to settle for being a femboy because I can never be a real girl, I didn't know that me being a real girl was actually an option. And it was because I didn't have the proper education. And that is kind of why trans people are never going to give up on trans youth. That is why I, quote unquote, will never leave the kids alone. Because I want trans kids to have better education.
Then you are going to, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the fundamental problem that you have, is that you are not going to stop. So people are going to constantly keep coming after you. Again, I'm very fair. I feel like I'm very fair in saying that, like, me doing this minor coverage doesn't do anything besides just put myself out there as somebody commenting on this. And because you are an individual of name, people are going to find my content. I'm very willing to admit that, like, yeah, me talking about you is really just like a thing for me to. I enjoy talking about this kind of stuff, and I'm passionate about it. So while I guess you can say that, like, you're for transitioning kids, I'm for an education. I'm just for the education. I don't know, but all you're gonna do is make people revile against you to the point where you will be silenced.
Mm-hmm.
You will be silenced for this. And that's not me saying that as in I'm going to do it. I'm not going to. I don't push for that. But there are going to be people that are worse than me. When I'm not. I don't even like saying that because, like, there are going to be people that actually, like, are harmful.
People come with death threats and violence and, you know, a lot of spicy language. At least you're, like, more reasonable, I think. Like, you want to have a conversation.
I'm not even, I really try not to, like, get on that high horse, but I do believe I am probably the most fair that you will probably see on this side of the spectrum. I am the only one that you will probably see on this side of the spectrum that will be like this. Because I know for a fact there are people that are above me, not very far above me, that would do way worse than I would. Was that the Nier Automata car? That is the Nier. What the hell? But no, there are people that are 10 times worse than me that will wish 10 times more on you. And all you'll get from me is just me, like, telling you should have pulled up sooner. So.
Yeah. I don't wish that upon Nyara, to be honest, but when you do that, you're kind of like asking for it too.
And I'm not trying to approach this of the you need to listen to me. I am approaching this from the side of you that you need to pull up. You need to pull up before, because, like, all these fucking idiots that are reacting to you on Twitter, if that's like scary, you have no idea the stupidity of people that exist out there. I'm telling you right now, there are people that are 10 times worse. And will only get worse.
It might take going through that, honestly, which, again, I don't want for Nyara, but it might take that for them to kind of, like, wake up, maybe, a little bit. But I'm not sure.
I'd prefer not. I mean, like... I just don't think it's worth it. I just don't think this is the hill to die on.
It's not. There's, like, so much more to live for and
Interview
to do,
two.
I think.
Chat, I don't think that there is room for another interview. There is really nothing to be gained out of it. Legitimately.
I honestly agree with you, yeah. I think this is kind of like maybe the closure. I don't know, maybe for you, but I'm not entirely sure.
In what way?
Kind of like nothing more to say than Nyara unless like something really bad happens, because you've already kind of given like,
Oh, I see what you
I
mean.
think, solid advice. Yeah.
I think that there will always be a space for me to just stand up and just say, I think that this is wrong. But like, I'm not going to, I'm not somebody that will find a reason to talk about them every single day. Cause legitimately, that does get annoying. That does like make me myself just like get upset.
You also have like a lot of other stuff on your plate too that you probably want to get to.
There's more stuff
new
that's
dramas that are gonna come through.
Yeah, there's stuff that's more interesting. I don't know. This has got 3 minutes left. Let's focus on finishing, I guess.
Yeah. This is why the trans community is not just going to give up and concede to your lies, because there are still trans kids out there struggling and suffering. And if we give up, despite having the medical field back us up, despite having the research, despite having all these facts.
Problem is the medical field is not backing you up anymore. I firmly believe that the medical field backed you up because you're easy money for insurance providers or for doctors to take from insurance providers. And you still are. It's just people are going to get clamped down on it. There are like the European, I don't know if it was European Union or if it was just England, but like people are deciding that you're incorrect. And the more you push back when the opposition is here, the worse it is going to be for the people that you say you protect. And I'm beating a drum to somebody that is not listening. And I get that. So I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, it's like, it's just not worth it anymore. Like, just harping on the same point, something really bad is gonna probably happen. And that's gonna be the lesson, the hard lesson.
And it's going to be at the expense of more people that don't deserve this.
Exactly, yeah.
So, the EU and UK, yeah. The EU and UK has decided to clamp down harder than the US is. And I don't think that just Trump being in office is the only reason, because that was before he even came in office. I think it is legitimately people have decided that your way of thinking, it does not work for them anymore. The common man has decided they don't care. And that's the sign that...
That's it.
Not even that. It's just that's the sign that like that you should probably slow down or stop. Fuck, I suck at fighting this guy.
Bro, he's just slamming down on you.
He is. I'm gonna die. Appreciate if I didn't.
Oh. Ouch.
There we go. I suck at parrying, by the way. Rare European W. I'm gonna be sick after typing that. It's fair. But no, like, it's clamping back. And it's because people took it too far. And it's gonna go too far, unfortunately. And I don't want that, because I don't want what the extremeness on the right is either. But, you know. Anyway, let's continue.
We give up, then like it's not going to be better for the next generation. For a long time I did not understand this stuff either until I learned about it in high school, studying online stuff. No one told me about this stuff IRL, or at least explain it properly. I discovered the fetish stuff afterwards too, when I finally found those kinds of sites. Yeah, and the reason why we have like these things like cracking eggs, it is not something forceful. It's just someone sharing their stories, and then it clicks, and then they understand that how they are feeling is valid, and they have a word for it, and they can...
Cracking eggs is literally grooming behavior. I'm sorry. There, like, after dealing with multiple trans individuals on Twitter that talk about it, I'm convinced that it is grooming behavior.
Yeah, there was that one VTuber with like the green.
Yep, I talked about
highlights.
them.
Yeah.
They
disgusting.
that was literally disgusting. And like legitimately, if you want to tell me that wasn't grooming behavior, I just think that you're either delusional or you're covering for somebody that legitimately was very adamant in saying that they were coming for like
Thank you, user, for the follow.
I think that there are a lot of jokes that should be fine, and and there's a time and place, but that was not really a good one to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I really would rethink that when it comes to egg cracking and with kids. And what's hilarious to me is like people they're like, oh, it's not a fetish. It's just like sharing your story. Legitimately, the moment after you put out your video, I had multiple people. I had somebody join my Discord and then literally try and message me and try and do the egg cracking thing. They legitimately did concern trolling and then tried to do that. It's just
Yeah,
you don't help. You're not helping.
I understand these people, man. Like, just leave the kids alone. Just leave them alone, bro. Just easy. Leave them alone.
In combat, what the fuck? Oh, hi there. Anyway, let's finish.
And
Almost
look
done,
into it,
chat.
And instead of looking for like, oh, I'm a boy, I'm a confused boy, and I want to wake up as a girl, you can actually look, I'm trans. What does this mean? And then you find someone.
They should be talking to a therapist, not a non-professional about these kinds of situations, because all that non-professionals will do is confuse them.
Information on it. You find the proper information on it. Obviously, because there's a lot of like right-wing talking points being pushed, it's going to be difficult to actually like filter that out from the real deal. But it's going to make it a lot easier than hanging out in some kink forums. The defining aspect of cracking someone's egg is the part where it's happening organically without push or convincing. Exactly. I'm always impressed by Nyara's ability to deal with it, all this, and fight it back. Real inner strength. I mean, I've been dealing with this shit for a long time now. Never tried dressing like a woman or wearing makeup, but I always picked female characters in games and spent hours customizing them. I love magical girls, MLP. So talk about the Yuri obsession. I always hated my body, thought it was just weight, but recently I started thinking I might be trans femme after a group. I joined made me realize I'd love to be a girl. Your videos are really helping do this, and even if it's hard to accept it after 26 years, I wanted to thank you. It's never too late to discover who you are. I wish more cis people would like actually figure out their gender expression and more about learn more about themselves. Can confirm was 28 when I started HRT, best decision of my life. It's never too late. And HRT is literally f***ing magic.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
You say so. You say so.
I guess I'm not shocked, just really disappointed, and
now you sound like a parent.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even a mom. That's wild. No, it was heartbreaking to listen to, and I can only pray at this point. I genuinely have no words for what I heard at the end there, but ouch.
Honestly, I just feel like it doesn't really bear repeating anymore, because if I do, it's just gonna go unanswered, I guess. Yeah. Sounds like maybe both of us misunderstood each other. Okay. Okay. I'll extend the same courtesy to you, Nyara. You sent me a DM earlier. I didn't reply because... But, I don't know. I don't know.
God bless your heart and your patience. Goodness gracious.
It takes a heart like this in order to, oh goodness, to walk through some really crazy shit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like watch your stuff all the time, but like
That's
when
fair.
I do, I'm just like, I'm praying for Akko, because the amount of patience you need to have for this, I can't imagine. I can't begin to imagine.
Yeah. Nyara's digging a hole. Nyara is setting themselves up for a destruction that I have seen multiple times before. That I have only seen because it comes with the territory of cataloging exceptional or otherwise crazy individuals on the internet. It never ends up the way that these people want.
Mm-hmm.
So I will still maintain my trajectory that I think of them, and that is that they are going to continue to go along this path of pushing buttons. Come on, computer. Not
Why is
computer.
this-
Shut. No. We're done here. We're done here.
Toaster explodes.
But like, I am still on my prediction of the trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
And the trajectory of them rage baiting for attention. I mean, they've already admitted in their video that their job now, their life, is
He
this.
threw himself under the bus when he said that, honestly. Like, we already knew, but like, that just like nail in the coffin, basically.
So I don't know. I hope it's worth it.
I don't think it's gonna be worth it, but he doesn't see it right now. It's like a kid going towards, and I'm not saying he's a kid, but it's like a kid going for the stove and putting their hand on that like flame and then burning their hand and being like, that wasn't worth it. The curiosity wasn't worth it, but we'll see. See how far it goes.
Indeed. Hope all is well. I mean, all is like... all is insane, in my personal opinion. Anyway, I have super chats to read. That's it for the main content for the night. Thank you for coming on, by the way. I deeply appreciate it. You're welcome to stay around for super chats. I know there were a few that probably had your name on them.
I can stay. I'm probably just gonna be muted because it's really late and I don't live in a house, so
that's fine.
But yeah, thank you. And to your chat, like, I really appreciate being here. You definitely got me thinking about a lot of things and how to approach, talking to people, like, going forward, for sure.
No energy, time to sleep. I got plenty of energy. It's just being focused elsewhere, I guess. I'm back. Temp, what the fuck? Where'd you go? Do you step out the entire stream? I don't know. But yeah, like, let's read these supas. Sly for 2 at the beginning of the stream. Playing VOD catch up. Have a good night tonight. Thank you. And then Grugar earlier became a member, as well as Antoine. Censor Duck for 5 Australian. Concern trolling is essentially a brainwashing technique. These kinds of people want nothing but your harm. Yes, I agree. But not Nyara. I think Nyara definitely swims in the Kool-Aid that they drink. And that is the saddest part. It's a lot easier to create cognitive dissonance for somebody that you think is stupid and doesn't understand. It's a lot harder when, based off of your own experiences, you see somebody that you know is deep in their beliefs and you wish you could just make them see, but you're not going to get that. Excuse me. All you're going to get is more watching a situation happen, and it's going to make you sad. It's one of those situations where my heart probably feels way too much for the people that I end up disliking. And maybe that's a good balancing act for me. Maybe. But I don't know. Glad the Femboy Awards are over. Oh, they're not. I'm telling you right now. Anyway, moving on. Festival for 2. Akko gonna hit all of us with the woman beam. Wolf Spain for 5. Quote, I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. Unquote, the heavy. Also, social contagion is a thing that definitely needs to be put into consideration. Yeah. Yeah. Internet Zen Master for 5. Blue Sky will be dead in 3 to 6 months. Joe Cat and company will have to return to Twitter or descend into irrelevance. Dead is like a subjective term. I feel like it already is dead. The only people that are there are the people that refuse to return to the normal square. So it already is a dead place. It's just people... people refuse to admit that. Octera for 5. I'd like to think our body is a canvas to shape as we like. God allows us to pew ourselves in the foot. Well, God gives you free will. I don't think he would like you to shoot yourself on the foot. But yes, he does give you free will. And then he also tells you... he gives you directions and shit. But yeah. Mercenary for 2. My mom hit menopause in her 60s. I'm sorry to hear that. I personally wouldn't have said that, but you know what? Thank you for the 2. Mercenary again for 2. Person is cray and definition of doublethink. Probably. Yeah. A Wolfsbane for 2. Lumi tells me to put you in the glass box with Archcat. I don't know if putting a cat and an octopus in a box is a good idea. Might be bad. I'm gonna be real with you. Wolfsbane for 2. Akko, you're the most vanilla out of the 3 of you. This is very true. Even considering some of the things I like, I think I agree. K Aguero for 2. Nyara admitting to drama baiting for content. I mean, like, I honestly wasn't expecting them to admit to it, but them admitting to it is funny. It just means that I don't have to pretend to think I know. I just know. And I mean, like, being right doesn't mean I'm happy. It just means I'm right. Nyara, or excuse me, Mercenary, my apologies. Thank you for the 2. Oh, you sweet summer child, I'm so sorry. I think referring to you. Mercenary for 20. My German father didn't believe I had autism. He thought I was just a bad kid who needed to go to military school. He didn't realize how lucky he got when he saw the kids my mom helped in special needs, wheelchair-bound needs. I'm not going to say all Germans are like that, but I do think it is a generation of people that thought that you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you just work off of that. Thankfully, we have the chance to build a generation of people in the middle I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that like in the middle is a good middle ground. Mercenary for 2. I like MommaOcco with soy sauce. Love seafood. Appreciate that. Wolfsbane for 2. Quick question, everyone. 1 cheek mole or dimples? Cheek mole. 1 is good. I don't know what that's for, but yeah, there you go. And then Wolfsbane again for 2. What is this small pink sad child? Do I pet it? I would think so, yes. I think you give it a pet. Being right means you can get in a spinny chair and flip off the camera screaming, F you, I was right. Yeah, but does it make you happy? I'm not going to say that being right always makes me happy. It just means that I'm right. And then Wolfsbane 4-2. And here's where I head pat Celestium if I could. Right. Appreciate that, chat. Okay. That's it. That's all she wrote. We're done here for tonight. Very much appreciate, chat, all of the love and support tonight. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. All I would say is, again, like when it comes to Nyara, like hatred is a word I try not to use for people because I don't believe in that. I believe in hating actions, and there's just a lot of actions in Nyara I do hate, but I genuinely look at them. And maybe I'm too good-faithed on an individual that has probably in some way wished harm upon me and my livelihood. But I obviously wish that Nyara, somebody that I look at and see, again, myself in. I guess that goes vice versa. I just hope that they are happy. I mean, it's evolved past you are going against my religious ideals because I don't care about that because you're your own temple. Just be happy and don't go after them kids because, and that's not me saying that. That's the rest of the world that will clamp back against you, and I really won't be there to offer the same sympathy. All I'll say is, I told you. So.
Thank you for having me on, Occo. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it was nice seeing you chat. I hope y'all sleep well whenever you do.
Alright. Chat, Callie is streaming tonight, and even though I am just a small little streamer, we're going to give Callie the love tonight because I love Callie over on YouTube. If you're on Twitch... I can't believe Kirsch is still live right now. What the fuck? Can I raid her? I'm banned. I forgot she banned me. That's funny. But can I raid her? No, I cannot raid her. That's funny. I forgot that she banned me from chat. That's funny. All right. Nobody on. We're not gonna rate anybody on Twitch. All right, chat. We'll be back tomorrow for Dog Wave. We're gonna have a special guest on tomorrow. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you again, Celestium, for being here. Very much appreciate it.